The blue star was once calm and peaceful, but suddenly, countless beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping every single person. The world was thrown into chaos in an instant. The next moment, a cold, mechanical voice drilled directly into my mind. Even I, who just got my hands on a big demolition payout, could hear it loud and clear. Announcement: the battlefield of all races is about to begin. Announcement: all humans and beasts will enter the battlefield. Announcement: this is a land of slaughter, but also immense opportunity. Announcement: level up to achieve immortality. Announcement: relax, and death will come at any moment. Announcement: your killer might not just be a ferocious beast, it could be one of your own. Are you kidding me? I just reincarnated once, finally made it to where I could enjoy my demolition money, and now this. Before I could even finish cursing, the beam of light tightened abruptly, and everything went black. Another reincarnation? You've got to be kidding me. It felt like just a blink. When I opened my eyes again, the glaring sunlight forced me to take a moment to adjust. Suppressing my frustration, I looked around. Trees surrounded me on all sides, their dense canopy creating shifting shadows, like something lurking and watching me. Beneath me, a translucent circle of light confined me. System announcements began flashing one after another. Announcement: welcome to the battlefield of all races. Region code: 800-8820. Announcement: initial population of the region: 10,000. Announcement: you are under novice protection. The moment you complete your class change, the protection vanishes in 10 minutes. Announcement: step outside the protection circle, and it disappears immediately. Announcement: personal data is viewable. An overwhelming flood of information crammed into my brain. With a thought, a panel appeared before me. Personal info: regional chat, trading channel, world chat unavailable. I clicked on personal info right away. Name: Linphone. Level: 1010. Class: unassigned. Strength: 7. Constitution: 7. Agility: 7. Intelligence: 7. Skills: none. Total combat power: 5. These stats are ridiculously average. I muttered, my eyes fixating on the combat power stat and feeling even more disheartened. Great, I'm nothing but a combat power 5 weakling. Without hesitation, I opened the regional chat to see how others were faring. My avatar was pinned at the top, alongside a note stating, 10 messages remaining for today. Messages flooded the chat at a dizzying speed. Let me go back. I still have millions in assets. Millions? That's nothing. I've got over 1 billion, and I'm not complaining. ID just jumped from a building with over 1 billion in debt. Is this heaven? There's a green-skinned monster outside my protection zone drooling at me. I don't dare move. What should I do? Don't chicken out. Slide tackle it to death. The guy above clearly wants to send you to your death. My strength is 16, Constitution 16, Agility 9, Intelligence 6. Combat power 20. Definite warrior build. My strength 6, Constitution 5, but my intelligence is 19. Combat power 15. Why is my combat power only 3? I've been training in martial arts and fitness. Combat power 20. Jealous. I've just been lazing around, so now I'm combat power 5. Same. Mine's 5, so a big shot could probably take on 4 of me. Mine's 5 too. Help me out, big guys. I stayed silent, but as I continued reading, my heart grew heavier. Clearly, attributes were linked to one's physical condition before all of this started. The difference in combat power could mean life or death. What was even more troubling, the announcement had specifically warned us, the deadliest threat may be your fellow humans. I casually opened the trading channel, but it was completely empty. Newbie protection ends the moment you complete the class change. When's that happening? Just as I was wondering, the system prompt pinged again. Announcement: class change is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Announcement: there are 9 class ranks: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The SSS rank is unique and the highest. Announcement: your class does not determine everything. If you want to survive, leave no stone unturned. Announcement: classes are related to your 4 attributes, but are not absolute. Class change countdown begins now. Announcement: 100, 99, 98. The moment the announcement dropped, The chat exploded. Isn't that unfair to us with low attributes? Mine are all around 4 or 5 points. That big guy from earlier must be soaring now. Totally unfair. They did say your stats aren't everything. If I get S rank, I'll be unstoppable, godlike. With your stats? At best, E-ranked. As the countdown hit 0, the class change began. Suddenly, I heard an unfamiliar prompt, different from the others. Unknown energy interference detected. Adjusting. Congratulations. You have achieved the unique SSS rank class, Shadow Monarch. Congratulations. You have acquired a personal GM for live guidance. I froze. Wait, it can work like this? Meanwhile, the regional chat was filled with players showing off their new classes. I'm an E-rank warrior. Strength doubled. Combat power 20. I'm a D-rank assassin. Agility doubled. Combat power 25. So smooth. D-rank mage here. I can finally throw fireballs. I got F-rank life specialist. My hands are now more nimble. What's the point of that? Where's that big guy from earlier? Show us your class. I'm a C-rank berserker brawler. Strength and constitution doubled. Combat power over 60. 60? That's not even high. Third-person storytelling, translation with an American flair. At 3 p.m., I was considering jumping off a building. But then a thought struck me. Wouldn't it be better to give this crazy system a shot? I mean, I wasn't some random nobody anymore. The stats on my screen proved it. I glanced at the global chat. Anyone above C class, speak up, one user typed. While most were panicking, I skimmed over the other profiles. Nothing higher than C class showed up. I looked at my own stats and nearly dropped my device. SSS class, Knight Sovereign. The ability to summon shadow minions from corpses or decompose them into shadow energy. Minions retain their abilities from life. They can die, but cooldown resets allow for resummoning. You gain attributes and skills from your summoned minions. Shadow energy may enhance summoned creatures. Currently, you can only summon one minion. Unlock an additional slot every 5 levels. My heartbeat quickened. The highest announced tier so far is S, but I'm freaking SSS. And if I gather more minions, I could snowball my stats to an insane level. But the initial adrenaline subsided as reality hit me. I had 5 measly combat points. That wouldn't keep me alive, not even to take my first step forward. The problem is, where the hell do I find a corpse for my first summon? As if the system had been waiting for me to ask, a series of announcements echoed around me. Announcement: job transfer complete. Initial test commencing. Level up to 3 before midnight or face obliteration. Gain EXP by battling and defeating creatures. Choose one starter gear item. 10-minute protection window begins now. Countdown starting. 600, 599, 598. Blood red numbers started ticking down in the corner of my vision. A list of starter equipment popped up. Beginner's dagger plus 5 combat points. Beginner's longsword plus 5 combat points. Beginner's magic staff plus 5 combat points. Beginner's cloth armor plus 5 defense points. I quickly opened the regional chat. One player typed, "Level 3 or we die." The system's insane. Another, "No point complaining. Grab a weapon and get moving." What's the best choice? Warriors go for swords, right? Anyone try fighting yet? Crap, I'm too scared. Stop hesitating. Fireball time, baby. Then, another announcement crashed through the chat. Regional announcement. Player Zhao Yi has died. Remaining player count, 9,999. Silence. For one single second, no one typed. Then chaos broke loose. Holy sh*t, people really die here? I've only got 15 combat power. I'm screwed. Please, someone carry me. I'll give you my house. I'm serious. My stomach churned. But I had 0 time to just sit there. 5 combat power, no weapon. This is bad. I needed another way. Fast. Without hesitating, I chose beginner's cloth armor and immediately put it up for trade. Selling cloth armor. Only accepting monster corpses. High offers win. Last 2 minutes. The regional chat exploded again. What kind of idiot trades armor this early? He's asking for monster corpses? Dude's insane. If Xiaoyi had armor, maybe he wouldn't have died so fast. I ignored the noise. The timer ticked relentlessly. At the last second, the trade notification dinged. Received, Goblin Corpse X3. Finally, the system unlocked my inventory. I dropped one of the corpses on the ground my heart pounding. Rise and become my minion. Shadows surged like liquid, swallowing the motionless goblin. Its body melted into the darkness, shifting shape as it reformed into something more. A shadow goblin stood before me. Its dim aura pulsed power into me. I clenched my fists, feeling the surge. But the peace didn't last. My protection timer hit 0. A jungle brush nearby rattled. A giant forest ant, half a meter tall, lunged toward me. Its serrated mandibles gleamed under the dim light, aiming straight for my throat. The shadow goblin took the hit, saving me. It dodged and counterattacked, but the ant's strength was overwhelming. The shadow goblin couldn't keep it at bay. I couldn't sit idle any longer. I clenched my fists, flanking the ant's left side. With a heavy punch, I shattered one of its legs. Crack! The ant staggered, and my shadow goblin took advantage, hammering its head. Working together, we dismantled all 4 of its legs until the massive insect collapsed and twitched helplessly. Congratulations! Defeated level 2 forest and gained energy, +2. Current level, 1, February 10th. I sighed, lungs burning from exertion. A level 2 monster. No wonder it was so tough to kill. But I stared at the ground. 2 remaining goblin corpses, plus 1 fresh ant carcass. I summoned the system screen to analyze the shadow goblin's stats. Shadow goblin. Level 1. Strength, 8 constitution, 9 agility, 8 intelligence, 3. Skills, none. Combat power, 10. The forest ant's stats were even crazier. Forest ant. Level 2. Strength, 15 constitution, 18 agility, 8 intelligence, 4. Skill, bite. Combat power, 20. I shivered. If I hadn't traded for those corpses, I'd have been this ant's lunch. Even with an SSS tier class, I would have been a joke. But now, I gazed at the ant's lifeless body and smiled. First, I dissolved the shadow goblin into shadow energy. Then, I did the same for the 2 goblin corpses lying on the ground. Announcement asterisk. Congratulations, acquired shadow energy X3. And then, walked up to the giant ant's corpse. Rise, my servant. The shadow giant ant quickly took form on the ground. I muttered to myself as I stared at it. I've strengthened it. If I break it down later, will the energy be returned? It will be returned. I jumped in surprise. Who's speaking? I am your dedicated GM, here to answer common questions. What's the mysterious energy during the class transition? Cannot answered. All right, forget I asked. Since the energy would return, I decided to dump all 3 points of shadow energy into the shadow jungle giant ant. And nothing happened. How much energy does it take to enhance it? 10 points of shadow energy are required. Unbelievable. With an energy shortage, I had no choice but to put my plans on hold for now. I turned on the regional chat feature, with a system announcement popping up first. Regional announcement. Chien XX has died. Current number of players in the region, 9998. Regional announcement. Sun XX has died. Current number of players in the region, 9997. Regional announcement. Li XX has died. Current number of players in the region, 9489. The chat was in chaos, filled with panic and desperation. Some were too scared to move. Others claimed they'd rather fight than die. There were even people boasting about trading 3 goblin corpses for a piece of cloth armor. In just a few minutes, over 500 people had died, and the number kept dropping. But amid the noise, I caught on to one key piece of information. Goblins were social creatures. I glanced at my stats panel. With the bonus from the shadow jungle giant ant, my strength was 22, constitution 25, agility 15, and intelligence 11. Adding the shadow giant ant to the equation, my combat power shot up to 80. No more wasting time. I stepped outside with the shadow giant ant following closely behind. Before long, the shadow giant ant suddenly stopped, positioning itself in front of me with its antennae twitching rapidly. I understood what it meant. 3 ahead. You can sense them? All right. You go and draw aggro. I'll flank them and take one out instantly. The shadow jungle giant ant dashed toward the enemies. 3 goblins, who had been casually picking fruit, immediately dropped what they were doing and surrounded the ant. They didn't retreat or avoid confrontation, nor did they coordinate their attacks. They just stood there, like 3 wooden blocks. The shadow giant ant seized the opportunity and sank its jaws into one of the goblin's thighs, refusing to let go. That goblin could only scream and slap at the ant's head, which happened to be its hardest and most armored feature. I circled to the side and delivered a punch to the back of another goblin's neck. A strength stat of 22 was enough to send it sprawling to the ground. Congratulations on killing a level 1 goblin. You've gained 1 energy point. Current level 1, March 10th. Only 1 goblin remained. Seeing its comrade fall, it turned and swung its fist at me. I intentionally took the hit. With 9 strength going up against my 25 constitution, all it left me with was a dull ache. I didn't give it a chance to land a second hit. Using my higher agility, I struck first repeatedly, aiming for vital spots with every attack. The second goblin soon hit the ground. The one trapped in the shadow giant ant's jaws fared even worse. Its wounds were torn open again and again, bleeding profusely until it finally died on the spot. Congratulations on killing a level 1 goblin. You've gained 1 energy point. Current level 1, April 10th. Congratulations on killing a level 1 goblin. You've gained 1 energy point. Current level 1, May 10th. I immediately broke down their corpses into shadow energy. Gained shadow energy x3. The battle only took a few minutes, but one thing became even clearer to me. Fighting without proper equipment was a major disadvantage. Earlier, a C-rank powerhouse took down 3 goblins in 2 minutes flat. My combat power was 20 points higher, and yet I just barely matched their speed. It didn't help that I had traded away my beginner equipment. Frowning, I asked, "Are there other ways to get equipment?" The system's soft prompt replied, "Equipment can be obtained through trading, crafting, treasure chests, or by defeating wild enemies. So monsters can drop loot?" My heart sank. I'd already killed 4 goblins and hadn't seen so much as a fiber drop. My luck was beyond terrible. As I was about to go hunting again, I suddenly remembered the goblins I'd passed earlier. They were picking wild fruits. After getting confirmation from the shadow giant ant that the fruits weren't poisonous, I decided to pluck all the nearby ones. Acquired, wild fruit x30. Wild fruit, restores energy. I ate 3 immediately, the sweet and sour taste quelling my hunger. Then an idea struck me. Others were probably hungry too. So, I put 20 fruits up for trade, 1 fruit for any monster corpse. After all, no one would be desperate enough to gnaw on green-skinned goblin meat. The regional chat exploded instantly. I've already killed 2 goblins. Hard to believe there are still people hiding out. Goblins only know how to throw punches. Just don't let them gang up on you. Hey, the dude who sold cloth armor is now selling wild fruits. Not gonna lie, I'm starving. Are goblins edible? Corpses seem useless for now. Trading them for fruit feels like a ripoff. The fruit seller's name is Lin Feng. His avatar looks good. So what if he's good looking? Selling your starting gear to pick fruit? I've killed 5 already. C-rank pros, please carry me. I'm great at being a support. Stop chatting and start leveling. Staying at the bottom means you're as good as dead. I couldn't be bothered to reply. One thing I knew for sure, holding onto my beginner gear would have been my death sentence. These people running their mouths? Their hands told the real story. Quickest of all, transaction successful, gained Goblin Corpse x18, Jungle Giant Mosquito x2. Jungle Giant Mosquito? My eyes lit up. Jungle Giant Mosquito. Level 1. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 6. Skill, Bite. Injects a small dose of venom, paralyzing the target. Combat power, 15. A flying creature. If there's no better flying unit in the early stages, this thing is worth it. But since I can only summon 1 servant right now, I'll keep 1 Jungle Giant Mosquito Corpse and recycle the rest. Congratulations. You've received Shadow Energy X19. I've got enough energy. I went straight to the upgrade. Jungle Giant Ant +1. Level 2. Strength, 30. Constitution, 36. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 8. Skill Bite. Combat power, 60. The second upgrade requires 100 shadow energy. After evolving, the shadow jungle giant ant size exploded, growing noticeably larger, standing nearly 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. It was absolutely intimidating. Just as I finished upgrading, the sound of footsteps echoed once again. 3 more goblins emerged. This time, I didn't bother setting traps or dragging them away. Instead, I let loose the newly evolved giant ant. The shadow jungle giant ant, now twice as powerful, charged at the goblins. Where it used to barely reach their waists, it was now almost their equal in height. With a ferocious snap of its mandibles, it decapitated the leading goblin on the spot. It followed up with a sweeping motion, knocking the other two goblins to the ground. Its massive jaws clamped together, leaving them no chance to even scream. Congratulations. You've killed level 1 goblin, gained 1 energy point. X3. Current level, 1, 8/10. Just 2 points shy of leveling up. I collected 2 corpses, raising my shadow energy to 15 points. The density of goblins around here is insane. Looks like there's an outpost nearby. I headed in the direction the goblins came from and soon discovered a clearing. Hiding in the distant underbrush, I observed my surroundings. The clearing was surrounded by a low stone wall, enclosing a cluster of short, shabby thatched huts. A few goblins shuffled out of the main entrance, chattering away in their gibberish language. These ordinary goblins were no longer much of a threat to me, but I didn't act rashly because there were strangers among them. Several bulkier goblins, carrying clubs and spears, were standing guard at the center of the outpost. The hut at the very center was clearly different, likely the chief's residence. Just then, an announcement rang out. Regional announcement. Since 10 players have now reached level 2, the regional ranking has been activated. Regional announcement. Rankings can be viewed in the regional chat channel. The chat channel instantly exploded. How are players already level 2? I've only killed 3 goblins. Where do we check rankings? I want to see where I stand. Is C-ranked Zhangde in the top spots? And is Lin Feng, the one selling cloth armor, still alive? The rankings were quickly shared. Ranking in Region 800820. First, Li Tsong, level 2. Second, Wu Shuang, level 2. Third, Zhao Shuai, level 2. Fourth, Zhou Zheng, level 2. Fifth, Sun Shan, level 2. Sixth, Wang Peng, level 2. Seventh, Zhang De, level 2. Eighth, Su Shan, level 2. Ninth, Jiang Lu, level 2. 10th, Shingung, level 2. 3008th, Lin Feng, level 1. Zhang De is only 7th? Are there stronger classes above C rank? Zhao Shuai's C-ranked spellcaster class explains how he's leveling so fast. 2 women made it into the top 10. Not too shabby. Lin Feng is sitting at 3008th place. That means he's ahead of half the players. But he's just chilling while experimenting on how to cook up a goblin. I glanced at the rankings and felt indifferent. Only ranked 3008. Hard to tell if there are higher classes than C rank yet. Before the discussions could wrap up, another barrage of announcements came down. Regional announcement. 100 players have now reached level 2, triggering the beginner reward mechanism. Regional announcement. The first player to reach level 3 will receive a C-grade treasure chest. Regional announcement. The second player to reach level 3 will receive a D-grade treasure chest. Regional announcement. The third player to reach level 3 will receive an E-grade treasure chest. Regional announcement. At the conclusion of day 1 tomorrow morning, the top 3 ranked players will receive additional rewards. Regional announcement. Rank 1 at day 1's and will receive a B-grade treasure chest. Regional announcement. Rank 2 will receive a C-grade treasure chest. Regional announcement. Rank 3 will receive a D-grade treasure chest. The chat channel went wild again. How are there already 100 level 2 players? Treasure chests for the first 3 to level 3? What can we get from them? Forget it. I'm grinding for levels right now. Ignoring the frenzy in chat, I shifted my focus back to the goblin outpost. The first 3 to level 3 get treasure chests, and so do the top 3 in rankings by the end of day 1. I want those rewards. But I didn't charge in recklessly. The goblins in the outpost were armed, and there were likely tougher ones guarding the center. This room feels like it's hiding some tough challenges. I first circled the perimeter wall, checking for exits and any patrol paths. The whole goblin tribe had about 8 thatched huts and roughly 20 goblins, give or take. My gaze locked onto the experience bar, just 2 points shy of leveling up. Quietly, with my shadow giant ant in tow, I trailed behind 3 goblins who had just left the area. Once they were far enough, I directed the giant ant to take out 2 of them first. With a snap of its mandibles, the ant immediately decapitated one on the spot. As it lunged for the second, I used just enough force to knock out the third with a punch to the back of its head. Thud! The third dropped unconscious, and the ant sealed the deal on the second. Congratulations. You have killed a level 1 goblin. Energy points +1. Current level, 1, 9 out of 10. Congratulations. You have killed a level 1 goblin. Energy points +1. Congratulations. Level up. SSS class profession upgrade. 40 attribute points to allocate. Current level, 2, 0 50ths. I dragged back the goblin corpses and looted them. Congratulations. You obtained Shadow Energy X2. Finally, I leveled up to level 2. With 40 attribute points at my disposal, I was well beyond the standards of ordinary professions. I evenly distributed the points, adding +10 to strength, constitution, agility, and intelligence. Name, Linfoam. Level, 2, 0 50ths. Profession, SSS class Shadow Sovereign. Follower, Shadow Forest Giant and X1. Strength, 17. Constitution, 17. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 17. Skills, none. Overall combat power, 200. With my boosted stats surpassing the goblins by a mile, I started setting up my strategy. I ordered the Shadow Giant Ant to drag the unconscious goblin back toward the tribe and, on the spot, broke its legs. It woke up in excruciating pain, wailing loudly. The noise was so close to the camp that 6 goblins rushed out to investigate. I hid with the giant ant by my side, blocking their retreat once they approached. The slaughter ended in an instant. Congratulations. You have killed a level 1 goblin. Energy points +1, x6. Current level, 2, 6 50ths. I collected 6 more corpses. Congratulations. You obtained Shadow Energy X6. The legless goblin on the ground screamed even louder as it watched its companions wiped out. But I wasn't in a hurry. I waited for the next wave. Soon enough, a squad led by a spear-wielding goblin lancer appeared. It consisted of the lancer, 5 mace-wielding warriors, and 6 regular goblins. Judging by the warriors' weapons, they were probably level 2, and the lancer likely approached level 3. I avoided a direct confrontation and had the giant ant hold the line in front while I waited for an opening. I had no armor, and taking a spear strike, even if it didn't kill me, would severely hinder my grinding pace. The goblins charged the massive giant ant, while the lancer stayed in the rear, preparing to throw its spear. As the lancer raised its arm, I made my move, darting forward low to the ground, aiming straight for the backline. Seeing a dark blur headed its way, the lancer tried to hastily throw the spear, but I sidestepped, dodging the attack, and closed the gap. The lancer screeched, drawing a dagger, and lunged at me. I sidestepped the dagger's thrust and kicked hard at the lancer's knee joint, shattering it. It crumpled to the ground, unable to stand. As it wildly flailed its dagger around, I moved behind it and delivered a punch square into its back. Congratulations. You have killed a level 2 goblin lancer. Energy points +2. Current level, 2, 8 50ths. I didn't stop there. The battle up front wasn't over yet. I grabbed the lancer's fallen spear, used it as a staff, and swung it horizontally, taking down 2 goblins in one blow. All that remained were the 4 mace-wielding goblin warriors. I clashed directly with one, but their maces were sturdier than my makeshift spear. With a crack, the spear snapped in half. However, the goblin's weapon hand shook from the impact, and its mace slipped to the ground. Without missing a beat, I picked up the mace. Its weight felt perfect in my hands. Unarmed, the goblin became nothing more than defenseless prey. Working with the giant ant, we quickly cleaned up the rest. Congratulations. You have killed a level 1 goblin. Energy points +1, x6. Congratulations. You have killed a level 2 goblin warrior. Energy points +2, x5. Current level, 2, 25 50ths. I had the giant ant drag the corpses together for looting. Congratulations. You obtained Goblin Maces X5, Goblin Dagger X1. I dismantled the items immediately. Congratulations. You obtained Shadow Energy X19. Including what I had before, this brought the total to 42 Shadow Energy. I used some magic to heal the giant ant's injuries. At this point, I could revive it twice if needed or continue treating it as necessary. Now that I fully understood the goblin's behavior, I stopped playing it slow. Weapon in hand, I led the shadow giant ant straight for their lair. As soon as we got close, chaos erupted in the camp. Several goblins rushed out, only to be taken down with a single wide swing of my mace. I stepped through the gate. Ahead, 5 mace-wielding warriors and 5 goblin lancers had formed a defensive line guarding the central thatched hut. From within the hut, a powerful presence began to emerge. A battle against an ancient goblin mage, wielding a staff in hand. My eyelid twitched as I spotted the elder goblin, leaning on a staff. A mage? Just great. The warrior charged head-on while the spear throwers in the back simultaneously drew back their arms. Without hesitation, I ducked behind my shadow giant ant companion for cover. 5 spears whistled through the air. 4 of them deflected off the ant's sturdy exoskeleton, but one struck its weak spot in the tail. It let out a shrill cry before surging forward in a counterattack, instantly tearing apart 2 of the goblin warriors with its mighty jaws. With the spears spent, I stepped out of hiding, gripping my trusty club, and dived straight into the chaotic fray. Before I knew it, the spear throwers ditched their ranged weapons, drawing daggers as they rushed to back up their comrades. I had just smashed one warrior into the ground when a spear thrower came charging right at me. Good. Come closer and taste my club. Up close, the squishy spear thrower didn't stand a chance. A single hit, and he collapsed. By now, the aged mage finally decided to make his move. Raising his staff over his head, he swung it downward, causing a fiery glow to expand. In an instant, a fireball the size of a wash basin manifested and barreled straight toward me. Having anticipated this attack for some time, I quickly performed a dive roll, narrowly evading the fiery projectile. The fireball struck the ground, exploding into a blackened crater that sent shivers down my spine. I kept my eyes on the mage while speeding up my efforts to clean up the melee. My final swing brought another goblin warrior down, just as another fireball came hurtling toward me. A second roll barely saved my skin, leaving me winded on the ground. This time, it wasn't just one fireball, it was a rapid double cast. The second shot left me no time to dodge, and I had to raise my left arm to block as my club remained mid-swing. Damn, that hurts. I gritted my teeth as pain flared, charging forward despite my injury. With one decisive swing, I smashed the last of the spear throwers to the ground before glancing at my hand. My left hand was covered in painful blisters, but luckily, no bones were broken. With my constitution, it wouldn't take long to recover. Finally, it was just me and the aged goblin mage now. I fixed my frosty gaze on him. Ignoring the next fireball entirely, I charged head-on and closed the gap, standing face to face with him. Die! My club came down hard. The mage tried to block with his staff, but the strike shattered it into pieces, snapping his right arm in the process. Without hesitation, I swung again, the second blow silencing his resistance completely. Defeated LV.3 Goblin Mage. Energy +4. Adding up the rest of the defeated warriors and spear throwers. Defeated LV.2 Goblin. Energy +2, times 10. So close to leveling up. But just before my triumph could fully set in, 3 more goblins appeared at the entrance of their tribe, holding baskets of wild fruits. The moment they spotted the carnage, they turned tail and tried to flee. Not a chance. I sprinted after them, and after hearing 3 shrill screams outside, it was over. Congratulations. Level up. Attribute points to distribute, +40. Current level, 3, 2/200ths. As soon as I leveled up, a regional announcement broadcasted, ringing loud in everyone's ears. Congratulations. Lin Foam is the first to reach level 3. Reward, C-rank treasure chest times 3. In seconds, the announcements were lighting up the screen. Wu Shuang is the second to reach level 3. Reward, D-rank treasure chest times 3. Li Tsong is the third to reach level 3. Reward, E-rank treasure chest times 3. The chat exploded instantly. I barely hit level 2. This is insane. Wait, the second one's a girl. Wasn't the first guy just selling cloth armor and wild fruit earlier? Weren't they ranked in the 3000s not long ago? Didn't Zhang Da mock them before? Karma's quick, huh? Probably just lucky. Lucky? You literally bought their cloth armor. Well, I joined Zhang Da's group already. You all grouped up? Haven't even found anyone myself. I smirked as I skimmed through the chaotic banter. Then I got back to work. Time to collect the loot. Looting alongside my shadow giant ant, we cleaned up every corner of the battlefield. Loot obtained: Goblin Club times 5, Goblin Spear times 5, Goblin Dagger times 5, Goblin Mage Staff times 1. Club, Spear, Dagger, plus 10 battle power each. Staff, plus 20 battle power. I considered keeping a spear thrower for some long-range options, but with the mage in my possession, I didn't really need one. Goblin Mage, LV.3 Strength, 11 Endurance, 13 Agility, 12 Intelligence, 48. Skills: Fireball, Dual Cast. Battle Power, 120. I disassembled the remaining goblin bodies except for the mage. Obtained: Shadow Energy times 27. Shadow Energy hit 69, just 31 away from my next enhancement. After searching a few straw huts, I finally found some extra loot in the Goblin Mage's tent. 10 more Goblin Spears and an F-rank chest. Opening it gave me Goblin Leather Armor, plus 20 battle power. By now, my inventory was filled with weapons, so I decided to trade the excess for corpses. Including 5 clubs dropped outside, I had 10 in total. I kept 1 for myself and listed the rest for trade. 1 club equals 5 corpses. Spears stayed. For now, I needed some range options. I also kept 1 dagger for emergencies. Can't forget about my C-rank chest. Opening it, I hit the jackpot. A Wolf Fang Blade, plus 120 battle power. With my new blade, there was no need to hoard the weaker clubs. I sold everything sellable, leaving only the Goblin Mage's corpse and staff behind. The wild fruit I'd gathered earlier also got cleared out, keeping only 10 servings while listing the rest, 80 servings, each for a corpse. I made sure to block Zhang De from buying, given his earlier snark. Lastly, I posted in the regional channel: weapons and wild fruits up for trade. First come, first serve. The chat blew up again. Some praised the quality weapons, others regretted not scavenging the bodies. Of course, a few were sour about me being a businessman rather than focusing on fighting. Naturally, someone tagged Zhang De for more trolling. Being jealous won't get you anywhere. On the other side, Zhang De was so mad he threw his beginner long sword to the ground. Lin Feng, just you wait. You actually dared to block me from buying stuff. He sent his lackeys to the trading channel to buy some weapons, but they came back saying everything was sold out. Zhang De then asked for wild fruit, only to hear the same response: sold out. He started cussing on the spot and had no choice but to have someone pick up the longsword he just threw away. Meanwhile, I sold out my weapons and wild fruits completely, trading them all for a bunch of level 1 corpses. I broke down all the corpses, accumulating 224 shadow energy points. I debated whether to use the points to summon a goblin mage, but decided to stick with my shadow giant ant. The ant was built for both tanking and dealing damage, and it could even dig out hiding spots for me at night. A mage, on the other hand, would collapse the moment enemies got up close. Definitely not what I wanted up front. I spent 100 shadow energy points to upgrade my shadow jungle giant ant. The ant suddenly grew to 1.5 meters tall and over 3 meters long, its legs now covered in barbs oozing sheer intimidation. I checked its stats. Level 2, combat power of 500. Feeling great, I distributed its attribute points evenly, then equipped it with a wolf tooth blade and goblin leather armor, further boosting its combat power. Name: Lin Feng. Level: 3, 2/200ths. Class: SSS grade Shadow Monarch. Subordinates: Shadow Jungle Giant Ant +2. Strength: 27 plus 60. Constitution: 27 plus 72. Agility: 27 plus 32. Intelligence: 27 plus 16. Skills: none. Overall combat power: 1200. My combat power skyrocketed to 1200, 6 times what it was last time I checked. If I ran into a goblin tribe again, I could bulldoze through them without even taking a scratch. After collecting loot and assigning points, the next question became where to go grind levels. I opened the regional rankings. First, Li Tsong, level 3. Second, Wu Shuang, level 3. Third, Zhao Shuai, level 3. Fourth, Zhou Zheng, level 3. Fifth, Zhang De, level 3. 56th, Lin Feng, level 3. In just a short while, I had dropped to 56th place. The top-ranked players hadn't budged. It was the same people as before. Suddenly, it hit me. Goblins have lairs, so the shadow jungle ants probably do too. I looked at my shadow giant ant. Where's your lair? The ant led the way. Along the route, we encountered a few other jungle ants, which my ant quickly tore apart. Not long after, a massive ant nest appeared before me. Just the above-ground portion reached over 10 meters high, while the entrance was only about a meter wide, pitch black and foreboding. I squinted and asked, "Are there a lot of brothers inside?" The shadow giant ant waved its antennae. My heart sank. "That many? Can you lure them out?" The ant shook its head. "I got the message. Too hot in there. They're all resting? Fine. Let's treat this like a monster territory raid. Time to stir the pot." The ant backed up a few steps, then charged forward and slammed into the nest. Boom! An explosive sound rang out. I froze. That was way louder than I wanted. Inside the nest, the sound of countless skittering legs erupted, surging toward the entrance like a tidal wave. Chills ran down my spine as I gripped my blade, glaring at the dark doorway. The first jungle ant crawled out. I promptly swung down and cleaved its head off. "Congratulations. You have slain a level 2 jungle ant and gained 2 energy points. Current level 3 for 200s. The corpse got stuck in the entrance, completely blocking the rest of the ants inside. My eyes lit up. This was like a lineup for execution. I immediately disassembled the corpse and resumed slashing. Slash, disassemble, slash, disassemble. The cycle repeated. Suddenly, a larger jungle ant squeezed near the doorway. I barked, "Shadow giant ant, hold it back. Don't let it through." Meanwhile, the regional chat went wild. Check Lin Feng's ranking. Whoa, he's skyrocketing. 10th place, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th. He's already 3rd. He's aiming for 1st. I didn't have time to look. The entrance was weakening fast, and instead of fading, the noise inside the nest only grew louder. The entire structure thrummed with vibrations, chunks of rock tumbling from above. I spread down my veins. If the entire ant swarm swarmed out, even my 1200 combat power wouldn't stop me from being whittled to death. I had no choice but to pick up the pace. Slash, disassemble, slash, disassemble. As long as the bottleneck held, I killed as many as I could. Shadow energy kept piling up, but I couldn't bring myself to smile. These jungle ants didn't drop loot, just raw grinding. The losses stung. In a few minutes, I had forcefully killed over 40 jungle ants and over 20 level 3 worker ants. But the cracks around the nest entrance grew larger and larger. It was seconds away from collapsing. I decisively retreated with my shadow giant ant, moving to a nearby clearing. I avoided standing too close to the nest walls, wary that the ant swarm might crawl over the walls and rain down on me from above. Reaching the open ground, I stood back to back with my shadow giant ant, ready to brace for impact. Based on positioning, at most I'd face 3 worker ants at a time. The next second, the nest entrance came crashing down. A horde of giant ants and worker ants poured out in an endless swarm. A wave of ants surged forth like a black tide. This time, there was no time to strategize, just relentless killing. I swung my blade, severing the foreleg of a jungle worker ant. As it lunged, I followed through, striking down and decapitating it. Dropping into a crouch to dodge another's pincers, I countered with a backhanded upward strike, splitting it in half. If it weren't for the spiked wolf fang blade I drew, I'd have become ant fodder long ago if armed with just a club. Stealing a quick glance at the shadow titan ant, I saw its massive pincers clamp down on a worker ant's head, tearing fiercely and using the poor creature as a weapon. It swung the body around, scattering its kin and breaking their assault momentum. Finally, it ripped it apart, launching chunks of the corpse through the air. Not to be outdone, I deflected another ant's charge, leaving it with a gash before driving the blade straight into the joint between its head and thorax. A clean kill. That's when I realized brute force wouldn't cut it. Instead, I began conserving my energy and aiming for weak points. The swarm of worker ants around us grew thicker and thicker. If I didn't manage my stamina, this would be my last stand. The ground around us was piled high with bodies, leaving scarcely room to step. Determined not to let the new wave of ants clamber over the corpses to gain an advantage, I led the shadow titan ant to stand atop the heap of carcasses, continuing the fight. But the exoskeletons of the dead ants were slippery, one misstep, and I risked being pinned down. Though my leather armor provided temporary protection, The jaws of these things would only tear the wounds wider with time. Dodging, countering, and minding my footing all at once was nearly impossible. At first, I was clumsy, bitten twice for my trouble. A chunk of flesh was ripped from my thigh, and a slash across my left arm left me bleeding. Proof that lacking agility immediately exacts a brutal toll. Once I found my rhythm, though, the injuries stopped. The mound of corpses grew higher, forming what resembled a small hill. At the peak, the Shadow Titan ant and I continued to massacre the horde. But the wolf fang blade grew heavier with each swing, and every movement pulled painfully at my wounds. My stamina was depleting fast. Still, I pressed on, dodging, blocking, stabbing, and leaping from one fresh body to the next. I killed with the smallest expenditure of energy necessary. After slaying over 100, though, my arms weakened, and during one parry, the blade nearly slipped from my grip. A worker ant on my left was kicked away, but one on my right seized the opportunity and locked its pincers onto my leg, shaking its head wildly as it tried to rend flesh from bone. Pain blurred my vision. "Get off me!" I roared, skewering the ant in front of me before lopping the head off the one biting my leg. I tore its still clinging head free and flung it aside. Looking around, I realized the stream of worker ants seemed endless. A glance back showed the Shadow Titan ant was faltering, too, covered in gashes, with even one of its forelegs torn clean off. There was no time to heal. Resigned, I let out a bitter laugh. But just as I was ready to accept my fate, a deep, low rumble echoed from the distance. Every worker ant froze in unison, then turned and retreated to their nest, vanishing into the black maw of their hive in seconds. Only a mountain of corpses was left behind. I exhaled deeply, descended the pile with the Shadow Titan ant, and immediately set to work dismantling the bodies to harvest energy. Then I retreated to a safe distance to observe. The rumbling noise continued intermittently, echoing through the air. Taking advantage of the lull, I healed the Shadow Titan ant. Its severed forelimb regenerated right before my eyes. I, unfortunately, didn't have such regenerative abilities. My battered body left me soaked in sweat, my goblin leather armor clinging uncomfortably against me. Finally feeling the tension subside, I collapsed onto the ground. Ugh, I'm completely spent. I rested briefly, pulling out some wild fruits to eat while counting my spoils. Each jungle worker ant gave me 4 energy points and 4 shadow energy from their carcass. I didn't dismantle the Shadow Titan ant, but instead started summoning jungle worker ants. They were strong, but their lower constitution and agility made me hesitant. Plus, a part of me felt sorry for them. Through the brutal fight, I had unknowingly leveled up. Congratulations, you've leveled up. 40 allocable attribute points gained. Current level, for 326/1000 XP. Congratulations, acquired. Shadow Energy X 522. My total shadow energy was now at 658, just over 300 more to go before my next upgrade. Reaching level 5 was now closer as well, which meant I could summon another servant. I distributed the 40 points evenly across my attributes. With the bonuses from my current servant, my constitution finally broke 100. I could clearly feel it. The wounds from the ant bites were healing at lightning speed, nearly closed already. My stamina, however, showed no such signs of recovery. Where 3 fruits would usually suffice, now they felt like nothing. Casting a glance at the now quiet ant hive, I resolved to find food first. Once I've eaten and healed, I'm coming back to wipe you all out. Man, if I just had some kind of area of effect skill, this would be way faster. Leading the Shadow Titan ant, I continued exploring, idly pulling up the regional leaderboard and chat feed. Rank 1, Lin Feng, level 4. Rank 2, Zhao Shuai, level 3. Rank 3, Zhang De, level 3. As expected, I climbed to first place, currently the only level 4 in the area. This SSS class profession is insane, and this is just with a single servant. I've already wasted so much time on fortifications and travel. What really caught my eye, however, was Zhang De at third place. A mere C-class profession making it this far suggests that this region probably doesn't have many B-class professions or above. The chat was full of both complaints and praise. I scanned through it, but before I could focus, a sudden flash of white darted toward me. The Shadow Titan ant instantly moved to shield me. The attacker was a massive, ferocious toothed rabbit, easily 2 meters long, with blood-red eyes. Its sharp incisors ground against the Titan ant's exoskeleton, sending sparks flying. Of course, the Shadow Titan ant wasn't one to take hits lying down. Its pincers snapped shut, catching the toothed rabbit by its forelegs and tearing into them mercilessly. Blood sprayed as the rabbit whimpered and pulled its mangled paws back. The legs thrust fiercely. The sheer strength of its hind legs launched the shadow ant into the air, slamming it to the ground with 2 of its abdominal legs on one side snapped. I rushed forward to help, but the shadow ant shook its head, signaling me to stay back. Clearly furious now, the shadow ant readied itself, so I decided to stand aside and observe. It almost seemed like my summoned companion had become smarter after being called forth. The razor-fang rabbit charged again, while the shadow ant, dragging its injured leg, barely managed to sidestep, narrowly avoiding the attack. A second charge followed, this time even more aggressive, skimming so close to the shadow ant that it was almost hit. The razor-fang rabbit's blood-red eyes glimmered mockingly, as if ridiculing its opponent's distress. On the third charge, the razor-fang rabbit coiled up all its strength, confident in its victory. But this time, the shadow ant moved with surprising agility, sidestepping smoothly. Behind it stood a towering old tree, at least 10 meters tall. Wham! The razor-fang rabbit's skull smashed hard into the tree trunk, one of its front incisors cracking clean off as it stumbled around, dazed. The shadow ant seized the opportunity, climbing on its back, firmly pinning it down with its barbed legs, and ferociously tearing into it. The razor-fang rabbit, stunned and immobilized, didn't even have time to struggle. Congratulations! You've defeated a level 4 razor-fang rabbit and gained 8 energy points. Current level, 344/1000. It left me dumbfounded. Feign weakness to provoke overconfidence. Use the environment for a counterstrike, then maintain control for a clean kill. It all played out so precisely, as if choreographed. I approached to heal the shadow ant with magic, then inspected the razor-fang rabbit's corpse. Razor-fang rabbit. Level 4. Strength, 52. Constitution, 42. Agility, 78. Intelligence, 20. Skills asterisk. Charge asterisk launch a powerful hind leg-driven strike. Bite asterisk tear into opponents with sharp incisors. Rear kick asterisk strike opponents with a powerful hind leg kick. Combat power, 550. Despite its higher combat stats, the razor-fang rabbit was swiftly taken down. Numbers clearly don't guarantee survival. Just as I prepared to dismantle the corpse, I paused, realizing this was meat. Instinctively, I set about making a fire. With nearly 100 strength points, rubbing sticks together to start a flame was effortless. After skinning the rabbit, removing its head, and gutting it, I carefully set aside the edible parts. Slicing the meat into portions, I skewered it and placed it over the fire. The tantalizing sound of sizzling fat soon filled the air. The rabbit leg turned a golden brown. Picking up the largest leg, I hesitated, planning to toss it to the shadow ant, before realizing it no longer needed sustenance. It hadn't been alive for a while. That takes away some of the fun, I muttered. I saved enough for myself to eat and set the rest up for trade. Splitting the rabbit meat into 50 portions, I listed each piece in exchange for 1 level 2 corpse. Lin Feng has listed rabbit meat again, this time from a level 4 razor-fang rabbit. While we're sweating to survive and pass the trials, he's out here grilling meat. 1 piece of meat for a level 2 corpse? Why not just rob us? What would you even do with the corpse? Make it your pillow? Stop arguing. Every second counts out here. It's getting dark. The night will only get more dangerous. Damn, the trade is already over? Leave some for me next time. Smells amazing, though. Somewhere else in the zone, Zhang De held a roasted giant ant leg in his hand, fuming as he smashed it into the ground. I told you to monitor the chat. Where's the rabbit meat? Trembling, his underling stammered. They bought it too quickly. Then what are you waiting for? Go roast me another ant leg now. Zhang De roared. I looked up at the sky. The night was closing in. But as the Lord of Shadows, darkness didn't hinder me. With a few bites, I quickly finished off the rabbit leg, feeling my stamina and wounds recover. The 50 level 2 corpses from my trades were fully dismantled, yielding 100 more shadow energy. Time to return and settle the score with those worker ants. As for eating giant ant legs, that thought never even crossed my mind. Winding my way back to the ant's nest, I noticed the usual noise-making tactics of the shadow ant were ineffective this time. The nest's entrance was messy and partially caved in, but the passage itself was tall enough for me to enter directly. The darkness within posed no threat to me. If they wouldn't come out, I would go in to face them myself. I kept the shadow ant behind me, not wanting its body to block the exits if things went south. Blade in hand, I ventured forward. Turning a corner, I encountered the first jungle worker ant. It was a clean, single strike to finish it. I dismantled its body immediately. Without their numbers, the worker ants were merely fodder now. Deeper inside, the path branched out into multiple directions, a confusing labyrinth for anyone unfamiliar. Luckily, I had the shadow ant to guide me. As we moved, I cleared out scattered workers with ease, each one falling and being dismantled in quick succession, keeping the paths unobstructed. Before long, we reached a massive cavern about 20 meters in diameter. At its center coiled a monstrous creature, 4 meters wide, 6 meters long, a colossal throbbing worm. The Ant Queen. Surrounding her stood a new type of ant, jungle soldiers. With oversized heads and menacing jaws resembling guillotine blades, they looked far more formidable than the workers. I counted 16 bodyguards in total. Eyeing their sheer size and their intimidating jaws, I felt a wave of caution wash over me. Charging in recklessly could spell disaster. Having moved too fast while clearing the workers earlier, it seemed I hadn't yet alerted these elites. Deciding not to risk it, I quietly retreated with the shadow ant and took another passage to hunt more workers. At the moment, I had 758 points of shadow energy, 242 short of the amount needed for my next upgrade. Another 61 level 3 worker ants should do the trick. Thus began a calculated hunt, targeting scattered worker ants for their energy. But I hadn't noticed the chatter in the area's communication panel. Area announcement. Over half of the contestants have reached level 3. The dungeon spider, ****. The hive tragedy begins. Daily dungeon rewards based on completion time. First place, B rank chest. Second place, C rank chest. Third place, D rank chest for time completion. You can only enter the daily dungeon once. Choose wisely. The dungeon is out. Who wants to test it and share a review? Half the players are already at level 3. I'm so behind. It's already dark outside, can't see a thing. Might as well grind mobs in the dungeon. It's too dark, I'm scared. Any big shots willing to carry me? How does Lin Phone clear so fast? Dude levels up like he's hacking. And you can't party up for this dungeon? Why can't I tag along with my carry? Honestly, I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I was too busy farming shadow energy from ant swarms. The more ants I killed, the fewer there were, which ironically made it take even longer. When my shadow energy bar filled up, I immediately went to enhance my summon. Rise, my servant. Black mist surged, and my shadow forest giant ant leveled up to +3. Its stats skyrocketed, its battle power surged to 900, and its body expanded to over 2 meters high and 4 meters long. The cave almost caved in from its sheer size, so I quickly recalled it. The giant ant turned into a shadow and merged into my own. The feedback hit me instantly. I leveled up to 4, and my combat power shot to 2000. Clenching my fists, my gaze turned icy cold. Queen Ant. Your time has come. Returning to the Queen Ant's lair, I summoned the shadow giant ant without hesitation. The queen was sluggish, but I needed to deal with her 16 guard ants first. As soon as we approached, the guards swarmed us, ready to fight. The shadow giant ant clashed head-on with them, but was shockingly overpowered. I stepped in immediately, my wolf fang dagger slicing through legs and torsos. One swipe to disable, another to finish. The giant ant flung a guard's head away, but more rushed in. In the distance, the queen ant began frantically vibrating, letting out warning buzzes. From every direction, worker ants began pouring into the room. Not too many, thankfully. I exhaled in relief. Good thing I'd wiped out most of the worker ants before, or I'd be buried alive right now. While fighting, I started noticing the guards' weaknesses. Their heads were unbelievably hard, but their bodies and legs were fragile, and their turning speed was awful. With my high agility, Handling 16 guard ants wasn't impossible. Fixing my gaze on the queen, I pulled out my stash of goblin spears. Dodging left and right, I flung one spear after another, each landing clean hits. 15 spears drove into her body like blurry shadows. Green goo seeped from her wounds as she vibrated even harder in pain. I didn't clash head-on with the guards, darting around them and slashing at legs and soft abdomens. One cut to the leg, two to the wound. Down they went, dead in moments. But I was cautious. Their heads were way too hard. Striking them would probably just wreck my wolf fang dagger. Without my shadow giant ant as a distraction, trying to outright decapitate them would have been nearly impossible. Taking down a guard, ant meant slicing through its legs first, then gutting its abdomen. I avoided prolonged fights, systematically dismantling the guards one by one. When the ants crowded me, I backed off, patiently dismantling wave after wave until all the guards sprawled on the ground, lifeless. By then, the lair reeked of metallic green blood and severed limbs. I could barely stomach it. At last, only the queen was left. Without her guards, the jungle queen was nothing more than a panicked, hulking target. Her exoskeleton was weak, her movements unbearably slow, no match for my wolf fang dagger. Circling her, I delivered cut after cut, green ichor pouring like a waterfall. Suddenly, the queen ant coiled into herself, shrinking rapidly before diving straight into the ground. The hidden pit she dove into was about a meter wide. Within seconds, she was nearly out of sight. Furious, I slashed twice more and clenched my teeth before diving in after her. The tunnel sloped downward. I slid a short ways before spotting a gaping, blood-red mouth lunging for me. Scrambling to a stop, I barely avoided getting swallowed. Turns out, in these narrow tunnels, the worm-like queen ant was surprisingly agile, wriggling forward and backward with ease. Blocked in by the sheer slope, I had no choice but to fight. I hammered the dagger handle into the slope wall, carving out footholds for support. With a swift kick, I switched positions, hooking my feet into the foothold so I could hang upside down and face her head-on. The queen struck repeatedly, her jaws snapping wildly. I deflected as I stabbed furiously at her head. After several rounds, she gave up trying to bite me and turned to flee again. Sticking to her tail, I tracked her downward, eventually emerging in a smaller chamber. There were only 3 exits, and she was wriggling toward one of them. Before she could vanish, I sent my shadow giant ant barreling after her. Its jaws clamped down on her body, pinning her in place. This time, where do you think you're going? The queen struggled violently, shaking the chamber to its core. Not daring to linger, I launched ferocious strikes one after another, until her head was finally severed and rolled away into the green liquid pooling below. I took a deep breath. But then, the ground began to rumble. The chamber was collapsing. Cursing under my breath, I hastily stuffed the queen's body into my inventory and sprinted down the passage she had come from. Recalling the shadow giant ant, I ducked into another tunnel and stumbled into a massive hive chamber. Above me, countless eggs and larvae clung to the roof, their numbers staggering. That's not just eggs, that's levels and shadow energy waiting for me. I muttered, smirking. Collapsing from exhaustion, I let my shadow giant ant do the grinding. Might as well check the chat while I recover. Lin Feng's no big deal. I cleared the dungeon in 20 minutes, and he's still not out. Maybe he can't handle it. The boss is right. Lin Feng's just chickened out. No way he's doing the dungeon yet. Where's Lin Feng, the Great One? Is he napping? Seems like he's given up the crown. What's up with him? I think he's busy with something else. Something else more important than the dungeon? First place has a B-rank treasure chest as a reward. He's just too slow. Look, my boss cleared it in 20 minutes. Second place is in the bag for sure. Oh, what's this dungeon thing? I couldn't even be bothered to deal with Zhang Da and his lackeys. They're nothing but a couple of clowns in my book. I flipped through the zone announcements, noticing over 10 people had already cleared the dungeon. Others had gone in and were killed right away. Got it. I squinted my eyes. Shadow giant ant, pick up the pace. Time to get to work. A B-rank chest? That's mine. I stood up and walked over to clear out a batch of practically defenseless larvae with swift efficiency. Level up. You obtained 40 allocatable points. Current level, 5, 125/5000. I casually distributed the 40 points evenly, and then worked on cleaning up the pile of remains on the ground. After breaking it all down, I amassed a total of 557 points of shadow energy. Something caught my eye, a D-rank chest. I stashed it for now and planned to focus on getting my second minion sorted first. At level 5, I unlocked an additional minion slot. I quickly dismissed the ant species as an option. Jungle soldier ants were too clunky, and ant queens lacked combat capabilities. I wasn't going to sit around waiting for eggs to hatch. With no better pick for now, I whipped out the corpse of a goblin mage, frowning at its old, ugly face. This'll do for now. You'll get replaced eventually. Rise, my servant. The shadow consumed the body, forming a physical entity out of its dark tendrils. Strengthening it required 15 points of shadow energy, and I immediately understood that the cost of power-ups scaled with the entity's strength. Enhance. Enhance again. Altogether, I used 165 points of shadow energy. Shadow Goblin Mage +2. Level 3. Strength 33. Constitution 39. Agility 36. Intelligence 144. Skill Fireball can cast 2 consecutively. Overall combat strength 980. The Goblin Mage outclassed the Shadow Giant Ant in terms of combat strength. But if anything got close, it would be ripped apart in seconds. Still, with 144 intelligence, those fireballs weren't just for show. They could easily one-shot minor ants and take a jungle soldier ant down with a couple more hits, as long as it didn't get cornered. I handed the staff back to the Goblin Mage, which bumped its combat strength past the 1,000 mark. Then I cracked open the D-rank treasure chest. Acquired skill book, Flaming Cross / Flaming Cross / expends mana to unleash a blazing cross-shaped sword strike, damaging everything directly in front. Damage scales with strength and mana used. I was so thrilled that I almost shed a tear. Finally, a skill. No more relying solely on physical attacks, and this one was a ranged area attack. At first, I had felt disappointed at the lack of gear in the ant nest. But this skill book? It was worth every ounce of effort. I learned the skill on the spot and swung my spiked blade, etching a glowing cross into the air. The fiery sword energy blazed forward. Boom. A massive cross-shaped crater blasted into the wall. That attack only used up about 1/20th of my mana. Plus, I could control how much energy it consumed. The more mana I pumped into it, the bigger and more powerful the slash became. Not bad. I muttered, my gaze turning icier. My grinding speed just got an upgrade. I opened my character panel to verify the changes. Name, Linfeng. Level, 5, 125/5000. Class, SSS rank Shadow Sovereign. Minions, Shadow Jungle Giant Ant +3, Shadow Goblin Mage +2. Skills, Flaming Cross / Overall combat strength, 4,600. My intelligence stat had skyrocketed, which made me consider learning Fireball myself. It might end up being ridiculously overpowered. After a quick break, I reviewed the dungeon info. Dungeon, Wrath of the Spider Swarm. Difficulty, Easy Nightmare. Remaining entries for today, 1. What's the difference between the two difficulties? I wondered aloud. A cute, automated voice replied. Higher difficulty yields greater rewards. I smacked my forehead, realizing how redundant my question was. I glanced at the leaderboard again. So far, I was the only one who had made it to level 5. Nobody else had even reached level 4. While others might be clearing the easy dungeon, it posed no real challenge for an SSS rank Shadow Sovereign like me. If I couldn't beat the Nightmare version, then no one could, realistically speaking. The multiverse battlefield wouldn't set up an impossible trial, but I still decided to proceed cautiously. After all, I'd nearly been backstabbed by the fleeing Ant Queen earlier. After ensuring my condition was optimal, I stepped into the Nightmare dungeon. Meanwhile, the chatroom was in chaos. Holy crap, Linfeng leveled up again. Turns out he was grinding levels all along. Didn't you read the announcements? Levels don't mean much if he hasn't cleared the dungeon. Probably just lucky enough to find some XP hotspot. If he's so great, let's see him break my record. Yeah, the boss is right. Levels aren't everything. I ignored the chatter and entered the dungeon with my 2 minions. The entrance was a 4-meter-tall cave door sealed tightly with spiderwebs. I poked at it with my spiked blade. It was sticky and incredibly resilient. There was no way to force my way through. I gestured for the goblin mage to cast some fireballs. As expected, fire spread rapidly along the webbing, reducing it to ash within moments. Fire beats spiderweb. Got it. After the entrance was clear, I delved deeper into the cave, dodging, parrying blow after blow with my wolf fang blade. Each strike sent numbing vibrations through my arms, and I could feel my stamina rapidly depleting. The bloodthirsty Spider Queen, despite her grievous injuries, fought like a beast possessed, her remaining legs stabbing and slicing with relentless precision. In my mind, I calculated my options. The shadow giant ant was down. The goblin mage was dead. My magic reserves were running critically low, and I couldn't rely on brute force alone to take her down. I needed to exploit her desperation, her instinct to kill, to create an opening. With a grunt, I dodged another barrage of leg strikes and sprinted toward the side of the cave, drawing her away from the center. Her towering form skittered after me, her guttural screeches reverberating throughout the cavern. I reached a jagged cluster of rocks and quickly slid to a halt. "Come on, you oversized tarantula," I muttered under my breath, gripping my blade tightly. The Spider Queen lunged again, her massive legs crashing down like spears. I ducked and sidestepped, her strikes smashing into the rocks behind me. Dust and rubble erupted in all directions, briefly obscuring her vision. This was my only chance. I harnessed what little magic I had left and roared. Exploding crescent slash. A fiery arc surged from my blade, slicing through the air. The attack tore into her already mutilated abdomen, igniting it in a blaze of searing orange flames. The cavern lit up like a furnace, and her shrill screeches shook the entire tunnel system. She staggered backward, her massive body thrashing wildly against the walls. Rocks began to dislodge and tumble from the ceiling. Ignoring my exhaustion, I charged forward, blade raised. It was all or nothing now. As I approached, her body convulsed one last time, her remaining legs stabbing chaotically in all directions. One nicked my shoulder, gashing through my armor and sending pain shooting down my arm. But I didn't waver. With a primal yell, I leapt onto her collapsing frame and plunged my blade directly into her burning abdomen. "This ends now," I bellowed. The Spider Queen's screams reached a crescendo, and then her massive form collapsed entirely, motionless at last. Slumping to the ground, I sucked in deep, ragged breaths, my hands trembling from both the adrenaline spike and the sheer strain of the battle. Notifications blinked in the corner of my vision. "Congratulations. You have slain the 7th level bloodthirsty Spider Queen. Energy obtained, 500 points. Current level, 641/1500. I blinked away the notifications, turning my attention to the remains around me. My armor was in tatters, and my body was bruised and bloodied, but I was alive. For now, I swear, I'm going to need a week of rest after this, I muttered to myself, slowly pushing myself to my feet. But there was no time to waste. The battle may have been over, but I could feel it in my gut. This cave held more secrets, and not all of them would wait patiently for my recovery. Summoning a flicker of magic, I conjured the shadow giant ant once more. It materialized in front of me, its dark carapace shimmering faintly in the dim light of the cave. "We're not done yet," I said, gripping my blade tightly as I prepared to push forward. Blocked, counterattacked a few times, but all it did was chip away at the barbs, no real impact. "Crap, it's too fast." I backed away while trying to block, my arms going numb from the vibrations. The spider matriarch didn't care about its injuries at all. My plan to wear it down was a complete failure. Too slow. My agility was far too low. Several legs came whipping at me at once. I couldn't fend them off. My arms throbbed with pain. If this dragged on any longer, I wouldn't even be able to grip my spiked blade. Barely hanging on, I retreated further and eventually reached the narrow passage I had entered the cave through earlier. Flaming cross strike. I unleashed another fiery cross slash. The spider matriarch had evidently learned my tactic by now. It simply retracted its legs, tanking the explosion of flames without much damage. Without lingering, I spun around and dashed back into the narrow passage. The spider matriarch instantly gave chase, but its body was too large. It got stuck at the entrance, angrily thrashing its legs and hammering the cave walls. Shards of rock crumbled down like clay under its relentless attacks, The passage visibly wouldn't last much longer. I remained calm, though. Reaching back, I retrieved the jungle giant mosquito corpse I'd saved earlier. I quickly dismantled the shadow goblin mage, gathering a total of 1,117 points of shadow energy. The spider matriarch pressed closer. I muttered under my breath, "Rise, my servant." Before me, a shadow jungle giant mosquito, the size of a wash basin, materialized. I used 3 consecutive enhancements, dumping all 1,117 points of energy into it. The mosquito instantly got a +3 boost to its agility, which also raised mine to 203. I'd actually been decently fast before, but with the matriarch attacking from 4 sides at once, I'd been overwhelmed. Now things were different. I fixed my eyes on the spider matriarch stuck in the passage and spoke coldly. "Your end is here." Flaming cross strike. Pouring the last of my mana into it, I unleashed the fiery slash, striking hard at the matriarch's leg. The beast roared in pain, retreating slightly, and, finally, a leg was severed. The thick scent of blood filled the air. Seizing the moment, I lunged out of the passage. The enraged spider matriarch charged again, but with my boosted agility at 203, I danced nimbly around its frenzied strikes, countering with precise blade slashes. Metal clanged repeatedly as the attacks landed, but still, I couldn't break through its vital defenses. Glancing at my weapon, I noticed the spiked blade was nicked and dulled. After battling a swarm of giant ants and enduring countless blows from the matriarch, the blade was at its limit. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to use my final strategy. Without hesitation, I turned and ran. The spider matriarch gave chase, closing in with murderous intent. Leveraging my speed, I created some distance before dashing straight toward the cave wall. Using the wall as a springboard, I leaped into the air. The matriarch lunged after me, but its bulky frame slowed its reaction. It missed. Twisting midair, I landed squarely on its head, crushing several gooey eyes beneath my feet. Raising my spiked blade high, I plunged it downward with all my strength. "I couldn't break your legs. Let's see if your head's just as tough." The blade pierced deep into the matriarch's brain. It thrashed madly, desperate to shake me off, and even tried climbing the wall. But as it exerted itself, I abruptly let go of the hilt and stomped down hard on the embedded blade. The spiked blade sank entirely into its brain with a sickening squelch. As its legs clawed at the rock, the spider matriarch gave one final violent spasm before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its massive body going rigid. Congratulations on slaying bloodthirsty spider matriarch. Energy gained, 64 points. Current level, 5,699/5000. As the matriarch crumpled, I was flung to the side. It wasn't until the system notification rang that I exhaled in relief. Congratulations, contestant, for clearing Wrath of the Spider Swarm, Nightmare difficulty. Clear time, 17 minutes, 50 seconds. Rewards earned, Tier A treasure chest. Under 18 minutes, dungeon cleared. But I was completely drained. Nightmare difficulty was no joke. 2 of my summoned creatures had perished. My weapon was on the verge of breaking, and my arms were numb from overuse. A buzzing sound echoed near my ears. It was the shadow jungle giant mosquito. It had been harassing the spider matriarch earlier, but its attack power was too low to really matter. I stored the spider matriarch's corpse, only to find myself forcibly ejected from the dungeon. Back in the ant nest, I collapsed on the ground. Looking around, the cave now resembled a ruin. Summoning a shadow giant ant to guard the entrance, I lay down and passed out immediately. Little did I know, the regional chat was in chaos. Why hasn't Lin Feng started his dungeon run yet? Did he go to sleep? He doesn't need the treasure chest, probably doesn't even care. Are you guys level 3 yet? How do you have time to worry about others? I'm still halfway short on energy, freaking out here. Then why are you even chatting? Do you want to die? I think Lin Feng's just scared and doesn't dare to run the dungeon. He's already level 5, what about you guys? Level doesn't equal power. No strength means you'll just die a little later. If that sneaky witch Wu Shuang hadn't played dirty tricks, I'd have taken first place by running the dungeon at level 4. You're the boss. Take back the record tomorrow. The later it got, the noisier the conversations became, as if no one needed sleep. But I slept like a log, protected in the deepest part of the ant nest by my shadow giant ant and mosquito. Elsewhere. Damn, why are there so many jungle giant mosquitoes? Zhang De, clearly lacking common sense, didn't think twice, and he lay on the open ground, trying to rest. Keep watch for me. Don't disturb me unless it's life or death. He had just been overtaken by Wu Shuang on the rankings, falling to 3rd place. Seeing the treasure chest slipping out of reach, he couldn't contain his frustration. Glancing at the leaderboard again, he was only in 5th place now. Climbing back to the top 3 seemed unlikely. Forget it. As long as I can keep the reward from the dungeon ranking, it's fine. After a long day, he decided to sleep for now and fight again tomorrow. His underling had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep watch. They had thought they snagged a golden opportunity by following a strong player, yet it felt more like they were serving a demanding boss. Still, it was their choice to follow him. They had to stick with it no matter what. Luckily, they leveled up to 3, so it wasn't entirely in vain. Morning sunlight spilled across the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. Some were still fighting desperately to survive. Some had broken down and given up. More had already fallen in the wilderness, never to rise again. I was suddenly jolted awake by the cold, hard reality of the zone announcement. Zone announcement. A total of 2,872 participants are still below level 3. Zone announcement. Elimination of all participants under level 3 is about to commence. Zone announcement. Elimination carried out. Current participant count, 4,206. Zone announcement. First day ranking rewards are about to be distributed. Leaderboard. First place, Lin Feng, level 5. Second place, Zhao Shuai, level 4. Third place, Wu Shuang, level 4. Fourth place, Li Tsong, level 4. Fifth place, Zhou Zheng, level 4. Sixth place, Zhang De, level 4. Seventh place, Su Shan, level 4. Eighth place, Jiang Lu, level 3. Ninth place, Wang Jian, level 3. 10th place, Xiao Meng, level 3. First place, Lin Feng has received a B-grade treasure chest. Second place, Zhao Shuai has received a C-grade treasure chest. Third place, Wu Shuang has received a D-grade treasure chest. The chat room exploded in chaos. I was so close to reaching level 3. Please no. Help me, someone please. I'll give you everything I have. Why the hell were we thrown into this nightmare? Fear and panic quickly spread. Nearly 3,000 people wiped out in one go. More than half the players are gone in one day. This is brutal. Didn't a lot of people level up yesterday? Why are there only 4,000 left now? If you didn't make it to level 3 by nighttime, you pretty much had no chance. The rest probably got wiped out during the second half of the night. Survival of the fittest. Stop hoping for someone to save you. Wake up. Killing monsters is the only way forward. I wish I were as lucky as the top players with their treasure chests. What's in those treasure chests anyway? Gotta be something crazy. By the way, has Lin Feng even tackled a dungeon yet? Is he chickening out? He's got so many chests, he probably couldn't care less about dungeons. Oh please, it's just dumb luck. Give me a decent spot to farm monsters, and I'd outlevel him too. Really? What's your class again? You mean the quick fingers gimmick class? The fact you survived the wipeout is a miracle. Don't act tough. At that moment, a new announcement popped up. Zone announcement. Instance Dungeon, Wrath of the Spider Swarm. Ranking has been released. First place, Nightmare Difficulty. Lin Feng, 17 minutes and 50 seconds. B-grade treasure chest rewarded. Second place, Simple Difficulty. Zhao Shuai, 18 minutes and 55 seconds. C-grade treasure chest rewarded. Third place, Simple Difficulty. Wu Shuang, 19 minutes and 20 seconds. D-grade treasure chest rewarded. Holy crap, when did Lin Feng even complete it? He beat Zhao Shuai by over a minute. What's wrong with you? Can't you see he completed it on Nightmare Difficulty? The Simple Difficulty rankings are down below. Clearing Nightmare faster than Simple? That's first place material right there. Respect. Lin Feng is legit unstoppable. Another announcement. Zone announcement. Participant count insufficient. Combining zones for chat. Zone announcement. Player Lin Feng has leveled up to level 5. Difficulty increased for the zone. Zone announcement. Monster levels and spawn rates increased. Outdoor treasure chest numbers increased. Exam task. Reach level 10 within 5 days or face elimination. Task reward. First to reach level 10 earns an S-class treasure chest. Second earns an A-class treasure chest. Third earns a B-class treasure chest. Final day rewards. First place, S-class times 3. Second place, S-class times 1. Third place, A-class times 1. The chat descended into chaos again. Difficulty just spiked after the merge. Can we even survive at this point? Who the hell is Lin Feng? Come out and explain yourself. More monsters? How are we supposed to fight them? I demand compensation. More treasure chests too. Not gonna mention that. More monsters just means you won't have to hunt far. Oh, so we're supposed to thank him for leveling up so fast. Weak is weak. Even without the spike in difficulty, you wouldn't last long. Lin Feng, come out. You made things harder for the whole zone. Hand over your nightmare dungeon guide and treasure chests while you're at it. I skimmed through the chat, but couldn't be bothered to respond. Arguing on the chat wasn't going to make me stronger. Better to sort through my spoils. This time, I gained an A-grade treasure chest and a B-grade treasure chest. I opened them both immediately. Acquired skill book, Frenzied Heavy Strike. Skill, leap into the air and strike hard, causing a stun. Stun duration scales with strength stat. Acquired weapon, Gilded Axe, plus 1800 combat powered. Acquired accessory, Charging Ring, enhances damage on next attack after charging, plus 800 combat powered. I learned the skill on the spot. The dark gold axe alone was worth celebrating. My old wolf Fong blade was already dented from overuse. This was a perfect upgrade, and it felt much smoother to wield. I slipped the ring on as well, but decided not to test it yet. Better to stay cautious in the safety of my hideout. Don't act recklessly and end up burying yourself alive. I released the corpse of the bloodthirsty Spider Queen to examine it. Bloodthirsty Spider Queen, level 7, total combat power 7,700. Dungeon monsters are always stronger than usual. This one's stats are 50% higher than regular monsters. I silently celebrated my luck that the goblin mage had destroyed its massive mandibles earlier. I had also used Flaming Cross Slash to sever its abdomen, preventing it from spewing webs. Otherwise, it would have been a toss-up who'd end up dead. Now, with such a powerful servant right in front of me, my eyes lit up. Immediately, I disassembled the corpse of the Shadow Jungle Mosquito. Shadow Energy acquired X1, 111. Current Shadow Energy, 1,117. Rise, my servant. In the swirling black mist, the shadow bloodthirsty Spider Queen took shape, every bit as ferocious as a killing machine. Clang, the spiked knife in my hand slipped and hit the ground. The moment the Spider Queen resurrected, it let out a blood-curdling screech toward the sky. Shut up. With just one command, it lowered its head submissively. I decided to strengthen the shadow bloodthirsty Spider Queen. Enhancement failed. It required 5,000 shadow energy. Figures, a level 7 elite has quite the appetite. After learning skills, equipping gear, and upgrading my servants, I checked my data. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 5, 749/5000. Class, SSS Shadow Monarch. Servants, Shadow Jungle Giant Ant +3, Shadow Bloodthirsty Spider Queen. Skills, Flaming Cross Slash, Berserk Heavy Strike. Total combat power, 13,200. I hadn't leveled up, but my combat power had broken 10,000. Just 2 servants boosted my stats sky high. When I envisioned myself leading a whole army of shadow minions in the future, I almost laughed out loud. Casually, I tossed the spiked knife into the trading channel and set a 10-minute auction timer. There, the payments were in monster corpses. The system was simple. Level 1 equals 1 point. Level 2 equals 2 points. Level 3 equals 4 points. Level 4 equals 8 points, and so on. Within seconds, the trading channel exploded. Isn't that Lin Feng, the #1 player? Scared, huh? He finally put the good stuff on auction. A weapon with a 100 rating. My combat power is only 90. That knife is worth more than my life. How do you even trade with corpses? Is this the weird fetish? New guy, huh? Lin Feng only deals in monster corpses, so don't waste them. I'm hoarding corpses right now. Big bro Lin Feng, got any more? Weren't y'all just bad-mouthing him? Now look, mind your business. Yeah, none of your concern. To be honest, the spiked knife's blade was dulled. Its rating had already dropped by 20 points. Meanwhile, in another part of the map, Zhangde was fuming. He stared at the level 60 goblin sword in his hand, threw it aside, and cursed. Damn you, Lin Feng. Because of you, my dungeon rank dropped out of the top 3. I lost the treasure chest reward. But then, a sinister grin crept onto his face. So Lin Feng chickened out. Huh, selling his reward? He barked orders to his lackeys. Y'all still got those corpses? Buy that spiked knife for me. Fail, and you're all useless. Before long, one of his cronies arrived out of breath. Boss, I got it. Hand it over. My combat power is about to hit 1,000. Zhang De cradled the knife like it was his newborn child. But the more he looked at it, the more something fell off. The blade below the hilt was completely dulled. This knife could only stab or slash. It was nearly useless for any heavy chopping. Lin Feng, you scumbag. I'll never forgive you for this. He wanted to publicly call Lin Feng out in the regional chat, but hesitated. If others found out he'd spent a fortune on defective gear, they'd laugh him out of existence. Swallowing his anger, he pressed his lips shut. To his lackeys, he growled, "Retrieve that goblin sword immediately." Back on my end, I recalled my shadow giant ant and shadow spider queen. The two servants dissolved into black shadows and merged with the one beneath my feet. I chose a random tunnel and started walking. The cave system was intricate, with pathways snaking off in every direction. The giant ant couldn't find its way either. Its sheer size made navigation tougher, so I had to recall it. I devised a plan. At every fork, I would grab a handful of sand and scatter it slowly, observing wind direction to determine the nearest exit. I briefly considered having the shadow giant ant dig our way out, but the thought of being buried alive 30 or so meters beneath the surface. Yeah, no thanks. Dying like that would be a disgrace for someone ranked number 1. So I kept walking cautiously, stopping at every bend to test which direction the airflow came from. 2 hours in, doubts began creeping in. Was my method actually useless? All these twists and turns, and yet here I was, still hopelessly lost in an ant nest. If I told anyone this, who'd believe me? My first instinct was to retrace my steps. But one glance behind me, and I froze in disbelief. I was hopelessly lost. No idea where I was, no clue how deep underground I stood. Should I let the shadow giant ant dig upward after all? I had zero confidence this would work and stood there deliberating. Suddenly, the ground beneath me began to tremble. The dirt wall in front of me split wide open, and a pale brown forest ground dragon burst through. The dragon was massive, its gaping maw lunging forward to strike. Its circular rows of turbine-like razor teeth were so close, I almost lost my nerve. The stench from its mouth was overwhelming. I swung my golden axe with full force, landing a deep, gashing wound that nearly cut the ground dragon in half. Badly injured, the creature didn't dare retaliate and fled immediately. I stared at the tunnel it escaped into and let out a bitter chuckle. Was my fate just to live underground forever? No exit? Fine, I'll follow it. If nothing else, I could always loot the ground dragon's lair. Determined, I plunged into the tunnel, chasing relentlessly. I wasn't about to lose it at some random fork. Before long, the ground dragon dove into a cavern, or rather, a massive pit. Looking down from its upper edge, I saw the sky. The pit was full to the brim, crawling with jungle ground dragons. Getting out was all I cared about. For now, I figured I'd clear them out while I was at it. Clutching my golden axe tightly, I leaped right in. Frenzied strike. The moment I hit the ground, a crimson glow exploded with a deafening bang. 3 ground dragons were instantly split in half. But even severed, the ground dragons were still writhing, clearly not dead yet. Within 5 meters around me, everything was stunned. The area control effect was maxed out. They were starting to recover, their massive jaws snapping toward me all at once. I sneered. Ganging up on me? Cute. Time to come out, my servants. Instantly, my shadow ant and shadow spider matriarch emerged. Slaughter them, I commanded. The shadow ant barely held off 2 ground dragons. It was struggling to tear them apart. These things had ridiculously thick hides. The shadow spider matriarch, on the other hand, dove in like a wolf into a flock of sheep. Spear-like legs pierced through scales, powerful jaws snapping and shredding in a grim harvest. Kill notifications flooded my screen. At last, the true appeal of an SSS-class profession was starting to taste sweet. So many ground dragons lay dead that a ground dragon king, twice the size of a normal one, crawled out of the depths. Without hesitation, I hoisted my axe and advanced. Other than its size, the Ground Dragon King wasn't much different. My golden axe cleaved into its face, feeling no tougher than cutting through the lesser mobs. I swung my axe relentlessly. It didn't even get a chance to fight back. It could endure more hits, sure, but it was only a matter of a few more swings. Congratulations. You've killed a level 5 jungle ground dragon, gaining 16 energy points x 78. Congratulations. You've killed a level 6 jungle ground dragon king, gaining 32 energy points. Current level 5, 2029/5000. I still felt repulsed by bug-like creatures, but they came in overwhelming numbers and gave tons of energy. Gross or not, they had to die. I disassembled all the ground dragon corpses. Congratulations. You've obtained Shadow Energy X 1280. Not bad at all. Then, something else caught my eye. A D-rank treasure chest lying in the pit. I opened it up. Congratulations. You've obtained Ground Dragon Shedding. Ground Dragon Shedding slowly recovers injuries, adds 320 combat powered. At long last, some armor. I swapped out my goblin leather armor, pulling on the Ground Dragon Shedding. The used leather armor went straight onto the trade channel for auction. Oh right, the wolf fang blade I previously auctioned? I hadn't yet collected the trade materials for it. When I checked the transaction history, I was dumbfounded. The buyer was Zhang De, a big shot ranked C-class. The guy exchanged it for a haul totaling over 900 points in data corpses. Must be nice being rich. I kept 2 particularly unique-looking bodies, just in case they'd be useful later. Then I set aside a fierce fang rabbit, planning to roast it. I was starving after everything that had happened. As for the rest, all disassembled. Congratulations. You've obtained Shadow Energy X 976. Shadow Energy total 3373. If I put in some extra effort today, I could probably strengthen the Shadow Spider Matriarch again. I glanced up at the exit, then mounted the Shadow Spider Matriarch, climbing out. The vertical wall might as well have been a flat road under its legs. As cold wind brushed my face, I emerged from the depths at last. No more stench of bug corpses. I could finally breathe freely again. With ease, I skinned and gutted the fierce fang rabbit, started a fire, and set the meat over it to roast. As the aroma of sizzling meat wafted into the air, I casually opened the region's chat. Lin Feng's listed another item. This time it's defensive gear. Seriously, what's with all the gear? Can't wear them all at once, huh? Anyone else running into others out here? We're duo NG monsters so fast now. Jealous. I want to team up with a pro too. Ran into someone in the top 10. Didn't even glance at me. Has anyone actually seen Lin Feng? Hear about summer break on the rankings? Level 5 in an S-class profession, apparently. S-class. Makes sense why they cleared nightmare difficulty. Took just over 40 minutes. Summer break started tackling nightmare at level 4. Impressive. Even with that head start, no way they're beating Lin Feng in terms of timing. Lin Feng could probably smack the crap out of summer break. No need to stir the pot. Weary just discussing who's stronger. Relaxed. Summer break has an ice troll profession, ranged, ice attacks, and melee capability. What's Lin Feng's profession? Unknown, but must be stronger for sure. Anyone looking to team up? I scrolled through briefly. Lots of people were starting to form teams now. Teaming up could indeed boost efficiency, but I wasn't interested. My fighting style was way too brutal to accommodate tagalongs, and honestly, there weren't many out there who could pull their weight alongside me. More importantly, I had no intention of exposing the fact that I had an SSS class profession. Besides, now that others had reached level 5, including the S-class ice user summer break, it sounded troublesome. But I wasn't worried. The rabbit leg began to crackle with juices as it roasted. I tore off a bite, savoring the taste as I opened up the regional ranks. Ever since our 2 regions merged, a flurry of unfamiliar names had joined the leaderboard. First place, Lin Feng, level 5. Second place, Summer Break, level 5. Third place, Song Lin, level 4. Fourth place, Zhu Sui, level 4. Fifth place, Niu Sheng, level 4. Sixth place, Wu Shuang, level 4. Seventh place, Zhao Shui, level 4. Eighth place, Zhou Zheng, level 4. Ninth place, Zhang De, level 4. 10th place, Su Shan, level 4. The merged leaderboard had bumped down the rankings of those from my old region. Overall, the newcomers seemed stronger. Still, as I glanced at my steadily climbing experience and energy points, I stayed calm and collected. Gnawing on a piece of rabbit meat, I was savoring the flavors when suddenly, a private notification popped out of nowhere. Private notification: Zhangde has used a personal battlefield token on you. Private notification: countdown begins for personal battlefield token. Private notification: countdown: 600, 599, 598. Personal battlefield token? I blinked, momentarily stunned. Then, that familiar, cutesy system voice chimed in. Personal battlefield token. Upon activation, both parties are transported to the ancient duel arena. Once in, only one leaves alive. The winner claims all data and items of the defeated party. My brow furrowed. I never did anything to Zhangde. He's a mere level 4 player, someone who takes over 20 minutes to clear even the simplest beginner dungeon. Where did he get the nerve to challenge me? Did he acquire some game-breaking item? Or is he backed by someone stronger? It didn't matter. If he dared to drag me into a life-or-death match, he'd better not cry about being completely obliterated. The victor claims all data and loot. I couldn't lose, not against a nobody like him. If a top-tier SSS class professional like me couldn't beat him, I might as well find a rock to smash my head against. With 10 minutes left, there wasn't time for any last-minute grinding. It's not like I could level up that quickly anyway. I might as well finish my meal and give him a swift death. When the countdown hit 0, I was teleported straight to the ancient battlefield. Massive stone stands stretched around the perimeter, walls marred by countless blade marks. The ground, stained with dark red traces, seemed to scream of lives lost and bloodshed. Before I could take it all in, Zhangde materialized opposite me. He was decked out in a striped beast-hide armor and wielding a wolf fang blade, the very one I'd sold off earlier. The blade had been repaired. He saw me and grinned, that unsettling, foolish grin sending a shiver down my spine. I asked, "What grudge do you have against me? Why use a personal kill token on me?" His smile twisted into something grotesque and feral. "Why? Because you cost me 2 treasure chests, that's why. You sold me beginner cloth armor. I went to fight the jungle giant ant, but my sword broke, and I lost out on my first level 3 chest. Then you cleared the nightmare dungeon and knocked me off the rankings, costing me another chest. I'm stuck eating ant legs while you're dining on rabbit meat. And the final straw? You sold me a dull, useless wolf fang blade to humiliate me." I was speechless. "That's what you hold a grudge over? And what makes you think you can take me on?" His grin grew unhinged, insanity shining in his eyes. "You think this blade is worthless? I fixed it, and I enhanced it too. It now adds 200 combat power. Plus, I'm not an idiot. I've got a restriction charm from a treasure chest. For 30 seconds, it limits any opponent whose strength is no more than double mine. My strength stat is 78. No way yours is much higher. 30 seconds is more than enough for me to chop you to pieces and claim all your treasures, data, and items." I glanced at my weapon, a gold-infused axe that added 1,800 combat power, before looking at my stats, 360 in strength. I gave only a calm reply. "Go ahead and try." That attitude was the final trigger for Zhang de redder with rage. He cackled, then hurled the restriction charm straight at me. Golden light enveloped me, and Zhang de swaggered closer, his expression one of triumph. "Too late to beg for mercy now. I think I'll slice off your arms and legs first. Then I'll take my time with you." I yawned, twirling a finger in my ear, utterly unimpressed. Staggered, his confidence cracked, and yet he lunged at me with his blade aimed for my arm. Clink! The clash of our weapons resounded in the silent battlefield. My gold-infused axe hadn't even flinched, but his supposed enhanced wolf fang blade snapped clean in two, the pieces clattering to the ground. Zhangde froze, his face pale as if his soul had fled. "Why can you move? Why didn't the restriction charm work? And how? How did my blade break?" He collapsed to the ground, defeated without a fight. Eyes wide in disbelief, his voice broke. "How much combat power does that axe have? How strong are you?" I calmly responded. "The gold-infused axe adds 1,800 combat power. My strength stat is 360. Staring blankly, his lips mumbled those impossible numbers over and over, his sanity unraveling. I sighed. Since the kill token was activated, his fate had been sealed. This grudge could only be resolved in blood. Walking up to him with my axe raised, Zhang De couldn't even muster the will to resist. He sat there, bound by fear as the blade came down. Regret filled his eyes in those final moments. Just so you know, my class is SSS level. Congratulations to player Lin Feng for achieving victory. Calculating battle gains. Acquired attributes: Strength plus 78, Constitution plus 69, Agility plus 56, Intelligence plus 28. Acquired items: Snow Wolf Hide Armor, Agility Ring, Lucky Pouch. Snow Wolf Hide Armor. Combat Power plus 180. Agility Ring. Boosts agility by plus 50 upon activation. Drains magic energy continuously. Combat Power plus 400. Lucky Pouch. Increases luck-related probabilities. What a haul. This was equal to several levels worth of grinding. I had to admit, it was a generous gift from Zhangde. The Snow Wolf Hide Armor wasn't better than my current Dragon Hide garb, so I decided to sell it for extra resources. The Agility Ring, though? Now that was useful. I put it on immediately. If I'd had it earlier, my duel with the Shadow Spider Queen wouldn't have been such a close call. What exactly does this luck stat do? Increases chances for item drops, treasure chest appearances, and other probability-dependent outcomes. Even more valuable than I thought. But there were no new skills this time. Either Zhangde didn't have any, or the system failed to log them. Whatever, no point dwelling on it. He'd wasted enough of my time already. Now it was time to progress. That first-place chest on the leaderboard wasn't going to wait forever. Missing out would be a real loss. Earlier, when I entered the ancient battlefield, my Shadow Giant Ant and Shadow Brood Mother were automatically sent into standby mode. If I hadn't done that, the mere sight of my two terrifying minions would probably have scared Zhangde stiff. Now, I summon them back. I mount the Shadow Giant Ant and make my way deeper into the jungle. I'm not riding the Brood Mother because her numerous, eerie eyes are just too unsettling to look at. Besides, the Brood Mother is my main offensive force. I can't afford to waste or overwork her. As for the Giant Ant, I'm on the fence about swapping it out, so for now, I'll keep going and see how it performs. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall giant wolf leaps out in front of me. This is no ordinary wolf. It's a saber-fanged demon wolf, its dagger-like fangs jutting outward menacingly. It lunges straight toward the Shadow Brood Mother, claws aimed for her head. Before it can even complete the attack, however, the Brood Mother's 4 razor-sharp abdominal legs strike like lightning, piercing directly through its forepaws and abdomen, pinning it firmly to the ground. The wolf lets out a blood-curdling wail and tries to bite back, but the Brood Mother doesn't give it a chance. One of her sharp legs plunges through its open maw and skewers straight through its throat. The cry is abruptly cut off. It dies instantly. You've killed a level 7 saber-fanged demon wolf. Energy gained, 64. Current level, 5. 2093/5000. A level 7 monster, dispatched as easily as swatting a fly. The Brood Mother made it look effortless. If I can find another few dozen of these, I can level up in no time. I glance at the information feed. Saber-fanged Demon Wolf, level 7, power rating 1200. Skills, Saber Fangs, Claw Attack. Not bad stats, slightly stronger than the Shadow Giant Ant, but not a game-changer worthy of an immediate swap. Based on the pattern of the myriad race battlefield, there's likely a wolf den nearby. In hindsight, I should have spared this one and tracked it back to its pack. Too late. One strike, and it was lights out. I go ahead and break down the corpse. Shadow energy gained, 64 points. Current shadow energy total, 3,437 points. I need 5,000 for a round of upgrades on the Shadow Brood Mother. Almost there. Switching to the trade exchange, I notice Snow Wolf Hide Armor is selling like hotcakes. I break down some of the materials from earlier trades and gain a surprising 1,423 shadow energy. New total, 4,846 points. Now I'm just a little over 100 points away from unlocking the first enhancement. Time to find more prey. What I didn't realize then was that, after Zhang Da's death, the regional chat had already blown up. Region announcement: Zhang Da has been eliminated. Current region population, 8,675. Wait, am I seeing things? Did Zhang Da just die? Are we talking about that Zhang Da, the one on the leaderboards? Or just someone with the same name. I've been following that guy all day. I look away for 1 second, and he's gone. Poor Zhangde. No way. He's a front runner on the rankings. It doesn't make sense for him to go down like this. Could he have choked in a nightmare-ranked dungeon? Probably. Even on easy mode, I barely made it out alive. I still haven't fully recovered. Nightmare dungeons? Forget it. Anyone got healing potions? My constitution's only 30. I don't think I can hold on much longer. I've just been toughing it out. With an 80 constitution, the Regan's faster. 80 constitution? Respect. Meh, don't be impressed. I partied with that guy before. His 80 points are all boosted by gear. Without his quick reflexes, I'd have ditched him ages ago. Wait a second. Lin Feng just posted gear for sale. Finally, I've been saving up carcasses all day to trade for something decent. Wait, isn't that Zhang Da's gear? I swear I've seen Snow Wolf hide armor on him before. You're sure? Then how did Lin Feng get his hands on it? Who knows? Do you think Lin Feng killed Zhang Da? Get real. If Lin Feng had really offed Zhang Da, you wouldn't be alive to tell the story. True. If someone's capable of taking out Zhang Da silently, killing a bystander like me would be child's play. Either way, the body's mine. I'm taking the Snow Wolf hide armor while I can. I remain oblivious to the lively region chat as I hear the faint sound of fighting up ahead. My heart skips a beat. Finally, signs of another human. I don't want to reveal my cards, so I pull my minions back into standby mode. An SSS-class profession comes with powerful secrets, and I'm not about to expose mine lightly. As I draw closer, I spot a girl wielding a massive greatsword, going toe-to-toe with a saber-fanged demon wolf. She's shorter than her sword, but her counterattacks are swift and precise, her movements sharp enough to impress even me. She might be one of the leaderboard contenders, perhaps Wu Shuang or Xiaomeng. I don't approach or say anything. Instead, I turn to leave. All I wanted was proof this world isn't a solo grind, that I'm not just playing a single-player game. After putting enough distance between us, I summon my minions again. The influx of monsters continues as I make my way forward until, at last, I stumble upon the saber-fanged demon wolf's lair. The dense jungle suddenly gives way to a vast, open meadow. Spread across the grasslands like a dark tide are countless demon wolves. The sight makes my eyes light up, not because of the wolves themselves, but because I no longer have to deal with swarms of disgusting insects or navigate damp, shadowy caves. In a low, firm voice, I command my minions, attack. I charge toward the wolves, flanked by my 2 loyal companions. The wolves closest to us barely have time to react. Most of them freeze, intimidated not by me, but by the 3-meter-tall shadow brood mother looming behind me. I swing my shadow-edged axe, cleaving the jaw clean off the nearest wolf. The creature howls in agony and swipes at me with its claws. I block the attack and follow up with another strike, severing one of its limbs. Seizing the opportunity, I drive a foot into its abdomen, sending it sprawling to the ground. I step forward and finish it off with a powerful axe swing, severing its head. I turn around, feeling a sense of accomplishment, only to see that my shadow brood mother has already slain 2 wolves on her own. I can't help but smirk. Show off. It's too much. The enemy had 6 limbs, all armed to the teeth, with massive pincers and webs. It was practically born to be a killing machine. But I didn't stop. I'd just acquired the gilded axe not too long ago, and the more I fought, the more I got the hang of it. I realized the axe and I were perfectly in sync. Whether it was vicious cleaves or using the flat side to block attacks, everything felt unnaturally smooth. I joked to myself, must have been a lumberjack in a past life. 5 saber-toothed demon wolves lunged at me together. I leapt into the air, laughing, and slammed down with a brutal strike. The ground shook as dirt and dust billowed everywhere. When the dust settled, one wolf's head was under my boot, and I yanked the axe out of its skull with force. Bronze head, iron bones, tofu waist? Damn, that skull was tough. I finished off the dazed one beside it with a swing of my axe. The remaining 3 came to their senses, snarling as they charged all at once. Their claws lashed out. I blocked the first, but the second strike forced me to dodge. Rolling forward, I swept the axe blade low, tearing open the belly of one wolf, street-style disembowelment. A quick kick disrupted its movement, flipping it onto its back, and I jumped on it to launch myself at another wolf, driving it back with a powerful axe strike. The one I just downed tried to rise, but I turned to bury my axe in the back of its neck, dead on the spot. Two left. One came biting at me, jaws wide. I jammed the axe into its mouth and twisted hard. Snap! Two fangs snapped clean off. Blood gushed from its maw, yet it stubbornly refused to let go. I slammed a fist into its eye socket, shattering it into gore. Pain made it loosen its grip, and I seized the moment. One clean axe swipe across its throat. Blood sprayed, soaking me in its hot spurts. Its severed head thudded to the grass, lifeless. The lone survivor saw its comrades fall and instinctively tried to retreat, tail tucked. But there was no way I'd let it escape. I arched back, hurling the gilded axe with all my strength. The axe flew like an arrow, lodging itself straight into its backside. The wolf's agonized screams echoed across the plains, but the noise ceased in seconds. Unfortunately, its cries had triggered every wolf in the area. The real battle had only just begun. I rushed forward, dismantling the fallen wolves' corpses and retrieving my filthy axe, disgusted but determined. Looking into the distance, the incoming tidal wave of wolves sent my blood boiling. "All right, let's dance," I growled, ready for carnage. The shadow blood brood mother, still lurking, was less durable than the magic wolves, but notoriously clever. It trailed its kin and targeted wounded wolves, finishing them off with surgical precision. Facing the oncoming horde, I cleaned the gore off my axe, feeling like I'd just had an appetizer. Before the banquet, though, I prepared a bloody surprise for the wolves. Time to power up. Shadow blood brood mother, enhance. The brood mother screeched, her frame swelling horrifyingly. She grew taller and fiercer, her height nearing 6 meters, body length over 10, and her limbs like jagged pillars bristling with jagged spikes. Shadow blood brood mother +1. Level *7. Strength *333. Constitution *243. Agility *235. Intelligence *46. Skills *bite, web, spear legs. Combat power *12,000. With 12,000 combat power, those spiked legs and crushing jaws could wreak absolute destruction. No hesitation now. I charged alongside the broodmother straight into the wolves. Her six-legged frenzy painted the battlefield in blood mist, wolf howls melding into chaos. I swung my axe with abandon, unleashing another devastating blow in the densest part of the pack. The earth shook as the impact landed. 10 wolves collapsed, 3 killed, 8 gravely wounded, the rest left reeling. Without pause, I cleaved another flaming cross slash through their ranks. The flames roared outward, slicing through the wolves like a hot knife through butter. Not even screams escaped before their bodies hit the ground in bloody chunks. Severed limbs littered the grass, and the metallic tang of blood smothered the air. Neither I nor the brood mother let up. Our attacks grew more ferocious as the remaining wolves hesitated, terror rooting them in place. The broodmother pressed forward like death incarnate. The wolves couldn't even scratch its armor-like carapace. A few wolves dared to falter, but from the depths of the snowy plains, a sonorous, commanding howl broke through. "Awwoo!" The wolf king's rallying cry. Instantly, every hesitant wolf's eyes flared red with bloodlust, throwing themselves back into the fray. I'd already recalled the shadow ants by now. There was no room for them in this slaughter. Drenched head to toe in steaming wolf blood, even my breaths tasted like iron. Wielding the nearly 2-meter gilded axe, I roared with laughter. Hell yeah, let's make this a night to remember. A storm of wolves descended upon us, but every precious step toward me was met with glittering arcs of my axe. If they got too close, it was either broken bones or outright death. My movements were relentless, a step to the left, a shift to the right, each step taking down another wolf. The blood pooled so much it carved crimson rivulets into the grass. I lost track of time, all sense of self fading into pure adrenaline. By the end, the wolf tide had dissipated. The plains were a ravaged graveyard of twisted bodies and upturned soil. In this wasteland of carnage, only 3 figures remained: me, the brood mother, and the wolf king. Every breath was heavy as I stood on soaked grass. Blood and sweat dripped off me, and the claw marks on my legs had already scabbed over, courtesy of dragon molt's healing properties. Before me loomed the saber-toothed wolf king. An ordinary magic wolf stood barely 2 meters at the shoulder. This one towered 4, its fur as white as snow. A silver streak between its eyes glinted with a frosty chill. The broodmother bore numerous deep gashes on her carapace, but remained battle-ready. Then came another bone-shaking howl. The Wolf King's silky fur rippled in the wind with an unnerving grace before it disappeared entirely, leaving only an afterimage. My heart sank. This wasn't an 8th-tier beast, it was 9th tier, and an agility-based elite at that. While the broodmother and I had strength on our side, our lower agility placed us at a troubling disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, razor-sharp claws slashed toward me. I barely managed to block with the gilded axe, sparks flying as the claws screeched across the blade. Even so, one swipe raked across my abdomen, leaving a shallow gash. Thankfully, dragon molt kicked in, and the wound began sealing almost immediately. My battle strength barely dropped. The Demon Wolf King, realizing how difficult I was to kill, instantly shifted its target to the Shadow Spider Queen. It specifically attacked her abdomen, face, and underbelly, cruelly blinding several of her eyes. The Spider Queen shrieked in pain, her wounds tearing wider with every hit. Fighting back, she lashed out with 6 leg spears aimed at the Demon Wolf King, forcing it to dodge. The Wolf King wasn't left unscathed. A few wounds streaked across its body before it retreated to put some distance between them. The two stood locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Shuang was struggling to chop down 2 saber-toothed demon wolves. Panting heavily and leaning on her massive sword, her sweat-soaked back glistened as she silently celebrated her hard-won victory. Suddenly, the howls of the Wolf King echoed through the air. Immediately on high alert, she scanned her surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Curiosity got the better of her, and she cautiously moved in my direction. Then, she saw something she would never forget. The battlefield underfoot was littered with dismembered demon wolf carcasses. A fog of blood filled the air, leaving her breathless. The pride she felt seconds ago for defeating 2 saber-toothed demon wolves evaporated, replaced by a deep chill running through her. In the distance stood a towering man, me, with a long-handled battle axe in my hands, looking like a god of war descended to earth. The very demon wolves that Wu Shuang had barely managed to kill were falling before me like fragile chicks, one swing of my axe for each wolf. Hundreds of saber-toothed demon wolves surrounded me, yet not a single one could leave a scratch. To top it all off, the terrifying Shadow Spider Queen wasn't my enemy. It was my pet. Wu Shuang froze on the spot, too stunned to move. But I didn't notice her watching. I was entirely fixated on the saber-toothed demon Wolf King. The Wolf King lunged again. I seized the moment, unleashing a blazing cross slashed straight at its front paw. But the blade cut through what seemed like air. A split second later, I felt a bone-chilling draft behind me. I rolled out of the way just in time, but the Wolf King still managed to rake 2 deep gashes across my back, exposing bone. Its claws narrowly grazed the back of my head, peeling off a chunk of scalp. Blood poured out instantly. That's when I realized what I had struck earlier was nothing but an afterimage. The pain didn't drag me down. Instead, it ignited my fighting spirit. Energy surged through me. Even my hair whipped around from the force. The enraged Spider Queen tried to rush forward, but I raised a hand to stop her. This Wolf King, I would kill with my own hands. The Wolf King, puzzled that a human could become even fiercer while injured, didn't understand and continued attacking. Activating my agility ring, I went in for another blazing cross slash. This time, I saw it clearly. Just as the slash descended, the Wolf King slipped out of the way as though shedding its own skin, materializing behind me in an instant. I turned with a gold-edged axe block, but it still tore into my arm. Blood splattered onto the ground. Again, on the third attempt at the cross slash, I refused to remain on the defensive. As the blade flashed, I preemptively smashed a wild, heavy strike into the empty space behind me. Sure enough, the Wolf King reappeared in that exact spot. In the next moment, its head collided head-on with the point of impact. Fueled by wrath, I slammed my gold-edged axe down, cleaving half its skull clean off. The Wolf King's anguished howl echoed across the plains. Though not yet dead, it was left dazed. Without giving it a moment's reprieve, I advanced, swinging my axe repeatedly at its gaping wound as if to settle the score for the chunk it had torn from my scalp. Congratulations. You have slain Saber-Tooth Demon Wolf. Energy gained, 64 points. X2 18 ***. Congratulations. You have slain Saber-Tooth Demon Wolf King. Energy gained, 256 points. Level up, 40 attribute points available for allocation. Current level, 6, 11304/20,000. Congratulations. You have unlocked a passive skill, Beginner's Battle Spirit. Beginner's Battle Spirit. During combat, feel no pain and maintain absolute focus. After killing so many wolves, I finally leveled up. As usual, I distributed my points evenly across attributes, and I unexpectedly unlocked a skill. No wonder the wounds hadn't hurt much earlier. Instead, fighting seemed to pump me up even more. Being able to stay calm in the heat of battle was the only reason I saw through the Wolf King's tactics and found an opportunity to kill it. Before this, I probably would have relied on the Spider Queen to spread webs across the battlefield. But that would have taken too long, and the Wolf King wasn't the type to just stand there waiting. Even if the web slowed it down, it wouldn't have stopped it from retreating. I was still admiring my new skill when I accidentally tugged at one of my wounds. Damn, passive skill or not, why doesn't it kick in outside of battle? Hurts like hell. But I didn't rest. I claimed the Wolf King's corpse and scanned the battlefield strewn with demon wolves. All of this was brimming with shadow energy. I couldn't afford to waste it. I spent over an hour harvesting every last corpse before turning my attention to the enormous wolf den made of dried grass. Inside, I found a B-rank treasure chest. Jackpot. I opened it without noticing that the luck charm on my waist faintly glowed. Congratulations. You have obtained Shadow Crystal. Good stuff. With this, I wouldn't have to release the Shadow Giant Ant. Shadow Crystal, exclusive, enhances one's servant and adds an additional servant slot. It was as if this item were tailor-made for me. Without hesitation, I summoned the Shadow Giant Ant and used the Shadow Crystal on it. Its body instantly grew larger. Its mandibles gleamed with a metallic sheen, its back sprouted forth thin wings, and its front legs evolved into scythe-like blades. It now looked more like an oversized mantis, or maybe even a queen wasp. Shadow Jungle Ant King. Level 2. Strength, 356. Constitution, 460. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 81. Skills, Bite, Sickle Clawed. Overall combat power, 16,000. This data completely surpasses that of the Shadow Spider Queen. I feel a rush of excitement. The veteran has finally ascended to a king. And now that I have one additional follower slot, it's time to fill that vacant spot. I retrieve the corpse of the Shadowfang Wolf King from my bag and speak coldly. Rise, my servant. The Shadow Saber-Tooth Wolf King slowly stands, its crimson eyes scanning its surroundings menacingly. Shadow Saber-Tooth Wolf King. Level 9. Strength, 279. Constitution, 288. Agility, 421. Intelligence, 270. Skills, Claw Attack, Wind Chase, Speed plus 30%. Phantom Shift, instantly teleport behind the enemy and leave a shadow clone behind. Overall combat power, 14,000. Seeing Wind Chase made me realize why the earlier fight had been so brutal. But, in the end, it was worth it. With the Wolf King under my command, my fighting spirit has been reignited. Now I have a complete trio of powerful followers: Shadow Forest Ant King, Shadow Bloodthirsty Spider Queen +1, and Shadow Saber-Tooth Wolf King. Armed with my gold-tinted axe, wrapped in the molted scales of the Earth Dragon, and equipped with both the ring and the scented pouch, I feel invincible. I glance at my stats and refine my focus. Name, Linfeng. Level, 6, 11, 304/20, 000. Class, SSS Ranked Shadow Overlord. Followers, Shadow Forest Ant King, Shadow Bloodthirsty Spider Queen +1, Shadow Saber-Tooth Wolf King. Strength, 57, plus 356, plus 333, plus 279. Constitution, 57, plus 460, plus 243, plus 288. Agility, 57, plus 127, plus 235, plus 421. Intelligence, 57, plus 81, plus 46, plus 270. Skills: Flaming Cross Slash, Berserk Smash, Beginner's Fighting Spirit. Overall combat power, 52,100. At just level 6, my stats are outright absurd. Strength, 1,025. Constitution, 1,048. Agility, 840. Intelligence, 454. Combat power, 52,100. The moment the Shadow Sabertooth Wolf King joined, my constitution broke through 1,000. My recovery is now insane. Deep wounds down to the bone just a moment ago have already scabbed over, leaving only a few scars behind. I figure if I wait a little longer, even those scars will fade completely. I glance at my trio of followers, but feel dissatisfied. My ranged options are limited to Flaming Cross Slash, and I lack a proper area of effect skill. If I encounter another pack of wolves, I'll still have to take them down one by one. Being surrounded would be trouble. I focus on the Ant King. Can you fly? The Ant King nods. Without hesitation, I hop onto its back and recall my other two followers. With a powerful flap of its wings, we take off into the sky with a near-deafening buzz, like a tank forcing itself airborne. The wind stings my face, but the higher I fly, the more exhilarated I feel. My curiosity peaks. I want to see what lies beyond the edge of the grassland. From afar, Wu Shuang watched the entire scene unfold, utterly stunned. First, she saw me commanding the Shadow Spider Queen to slaughter wolves as if they were chickens. Next, she witnessed the Wolf King tearing me apart, almost fatal wounds peeling apart my flesh. And then, in the blink of an eye, I turned the tables, slaying the Wolf King and claiming its corpse, only to dive straight into its massive lair. Just as she gathered the courage to approach me, I suddenly took off on the Ant King. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in place. Where the hell did this monster of a person come from? He leaves just like that. She opened the regional chat, and only then did she confirm that the person she crossed paths with was indeed me. Regional ranking leaderboard asterisk. Rank 1, Lin Feng, level 6. The rest were all at level 5, with Wu Shuang herself ranking 6th. Wu Shuang clenched her teeth. She had just reached level 5 and thought she was strong, until now. This was what true domination looked like. She refused to keep falling behind, and she absolutely wouldn't live in anyone's shadow. She vowed to grow stronger, relentlessly stronger. The news that I had reached level 6 soon sent the regional chat into a frenzy. No way, Lin Feng is already level 6? I'm still halfway through level 3. I sent a 6-level treasure chest, just free loot at this point. Big bro, please carry me. I'm great at luring mobs. Yuri overhyping him. Nightmare Dungeon records are still held by Summer Break. Lin Feng's focused on leveling. If he tackled the dungeon, he'd crush that record in no time. Summer Break has an S-ranked class and cleared it in 15 minutes. Summer Break is just level 5. Lin Feng won't beat that. I bet Lin Feng's S-ranked too. There's no other explanation for that leveling speed. Why not have him try breaking the record then? How about a showdown between the two to determine the top dog in this region? I'm Team Summer Break. Lin Feng is nothing. If my boyfriend runs into him, Lin Feng will learn the meaning of speed. Ugh, shut up, you troll. I wouldn't dare act smug before Lin Feng, and you shouldn't either. You're dead meat tonight. Man, I wish Lin Feng would slow down. Every time he levels, all the mobs get tougher. If it's harder for you, it's easier for him. He saves time hunting mobs. So the strong get stronger while we weaklings deserve to be discarded? Yep. If you're weak, just die quietly. Enough arguing. If you meet anyone like Lin Feng, just stick together for survival. Wu Shuang's attention stayed fixed on the chat as debates raged over who was stronger, me or Summer Break. But the memory of the towering figure clutching that gold-tinted axe haunted her. Several times, she considered sharing what she had just witnessed. In the end, she held her tongue. Spider, and in the end, flying away on a giant ant. Who's going to believe that? What's worse is that she was so worried her own carelessness might get me in trouble and make me hold a grudge against her. But then, she suddenly got angry with herself. Why should I care how he sees me? It's not like I'm anyone special to him. The thought of me shaking my head and flying away made her stomp her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, here I was, riding the Shadow Ant King erratically all over the grasslands, shouting with exhilaration. I tried to climb higher, but the higher I flew, the harder the resistance, and the ant king simply couldn't break through the altitude barrier. So I changed tactics and started skimming the edges of the grasslands and the forest, trying to see just how large this forest could be. But it wasn't long before an ominous droning arose behind me, like a looming black fog pressing in. I glanced back, only to see a massive swarm of wasps, each the size of a human head, their tails gleaming with icy menace. There were tens of thousands of them, at least, and some even more colossal ones were mixed among them. My scalp went numb. I urgently commanded the Ant King to speed up, but it wasn't exactly the fastest mount to begin with. The buzzing grew louder and closer. My heart sank. If they caught up, I wouldn't just be in for a beating, I'd be obliterated. Why were these wasps chasing me like maniacs? Somebody in the jungle might know the answer. Back in the forest, in front of a massive hive as tall as a 6 to 7-story building, Xiaoxiu was cursing under his breath, signaling to two of his lackeys to keep quiet. He instructed one lackey to release poisonous mist aimed to stun, not massacre. The other was told to guard the perimeter and stop anyone daring to approach. Once the mist took effect, he planned to freeze the wasp's wings with icy fog, then give the signal to harvest energy together. He repeatedly warned, "This hive has at least tens of thousands of level 2 jungle wasps inside. If we make too much noise, we're all dead men." As the poisonous mist began to quietly permeate their territory, the droning of the hive gradually diminished. As the group exchanged hopeful grins, whoosh! All of a sudden, an ear-splitting flapping sound tore through the air directly overhead. I zoomed over their heads on the Shadow Ant King, causing such a racket it was utterly ridiculous. The hive instantly exploded with activity. The wasps surged out in a black tidal wave, immediately spotting the massive airborne target. With a wingspan over 6 meters, the Shadow Ant King's every wing beat echoed like drum strikes, all audible from half a kilometer away. The entire swarm veered toward me, descending into a frenzy as they chased me down. Back on the ground, with their original plan ruined, Xiaoxiu and his crew didn't dare make a peep, their faces livid with anger. Watching the swarm zoom away, Xiaoxiu dragged his team into a full retreat. If the swarm decided to turn around and find them, not even dust would remain of their bodies. After sprinting several hundred meters, panting heavily, someone muttered a curse. God damn it, we were so close. But then this crap had to happen. The poison mist lackey was trembling. That wild beast was massive. There's no way its power wasn't off the charts. The perimeter guarding lackey gritted his teeth. I saw a person riding it. The poison mist guy stared wide-eyed. You must have been seeing things. The guard thumped his chest. No way. I've got enhanced eyesight. And the guy was carrying a huge battle axe on his back. Xiaoxiu's temper exploded. If I find out who screwed me over, they're dead. Dead. The droning behind me grew louder and quicker. It was only a matter of time before the swarm caught up with me. I urged the Ant King to stay as far above the forest canopy as possible, hoping the wasps might eventually tire and scatter. But this was the myriad race battlefield. These wasps were relentless, tailing me with a vengeance. With no other choice, I kept urging the Ant King to pick up the pace. Finally, a cave came into view. This time, I wasn't hesitant. In fact, its entrance looked like a lifeline. I steered the Ant King straight into the cave. Take that left passage. The cave's interior was a maze of corridors, but the swarm stayed firmly on our trail. The wasps seemed to track prey by scent, impossible to shake off no matter the maneuvers. After taking several turns, I suddenly instructed the Ant King to stop. I glanced around, then issued a command for the Ant King to stay put. In the next moment, I bolted deeper into the cave myself. The swarm followed the scent trail, soon arriving at the Shadow Ant King. Even though the human scent had faded, they decided to tear apart the giant ant on sight anyway. The Ant King, however, had no intention of sticking around for a fight. It turned and bolted. As the swarm chased relentlessly into the next passage, my carefully laid trap triggered. The Ant King barreled into an even narrower corridor, the swarm closing in fast, seemingly seconds from catching it. And then, poof, right in front of their eyes, the Ant King disappeared. Unable to stop in time, the frenzied wasp slammed en masse into layer upon layer of immense webs. webs spun by the shadow spider matriarch. The wasps struggled wildly, only to entangle themselves even more deeply. These webs were engineered to ensnare even strengthened monsters, leaving no chance for them to escape. From the start, I'd never intended to sacrifice the Ant King. I had preemptively coordinated with the shadow spider matriarch, preparing an ambush. The Ant King merely served as bait, luring the swarm into its doom. The nearer to the web they flew, the closer I kept watch. Once the Ant King entered the trap zone, I recalled it instantly. The swarm plunged headlong into checkmate. Nearly airtight, the corridor was sealed off with 8 separate layers of web, woven painstakingly by the spider matriarch herself to ensure nothing escaped. Seeing the swarming wasps clog up the giant web like energy packages, I smirked coldly as I approached to finish the job. But then, unexpectedly, the air behind me stirred with a distinct swooshing sound. I turned sharply, spotting another nearby tunnel leading to an even larger cavern. I hesitated momentarily, staring back and forth between the energy-loaded web and the new passageway ahead before deciding to go check what just flew past us. As I stepped into the cave, I looked up, and for a moment, a chill ran down my spine. Damn, that bat is massive. Hanging upside down on the rock wall was a giant bat, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters. Standing at 6 or 7 meters tall, the creature had a blue-green face, sharp fangs, and claws like blades. Its hind claws gripped the wall with unyielding force, and even the tips of its wings were armed with hooked talons. I quickly began calculating its possible attack methods in my head. My fighting spirit surged as the blue-faced draconic bat locked its menacing gaze on me. It sensed the threat I posed. The cavern was deathly silent, so much so that even the sound of breathing seemed to dissolve. The next second, the blue-faced bat made its move. I understood right away. If I summoned the Shadow Ant King, its bulk would only slow it down, rendering it an easy target. The draconic bat folded its wings and dove downward. Releasing its grip on the wall, it hurtled directly towards me and the Shadow Spider Queen. I didn't call out the Shadow Ant King or the Shadow Demon Wolf King just yet. I was waiting for a chance, a vulnerable moment when it might land. But as the bat neared, it suddenly spread its wings wide while its hind claws targeted the Shadow Spider Queen. With a devastating swipe, it left fresh, gaping wounds. A single hit, and then it retreated, turning midair to flee. The Shadow Spider Queen shrieked in rage. I raised my hand and unleashed a flaming cross slash. But the flaming attack was too slow. The draconic bat easily twisted midair, evading the strike entirely. It was too agile up there. I needed to force it to the ground. The draconic bat began circling again, then dove once more, releasing a piercing scream. The sound wave was visible, as if sharp-edged ripples were slicing through the air. In an instant, slashes appeared all over my body, and I collapsed to the ground. The Shadow Spider Queen was also thrown back, her legs fractured, her body practically falling apart. Still, she raised her head, letting out a fierce, defiant howl, shielding my prone form. The bat circled again, its sinister presence filling the cavern, before unleashing another sound wave. This time, the attack nearly finished the Shadow Spider Queen, leaving her tattered form barely clinging to existence. Blood oozed from every crevice of my own body. One more strike, and it would be over for us both. The air trembled as another wave detonated toward us. My wounds deepened, blood rapidly spreading across the ground. The Shadow Spider Queen's legs shattered completely. The dozens of pale eyes across her face burst one by one, until her head drooped low. Only her trembling mandibles showed any sign of life. She was fading quickly, ready to vanish any moment. And still, the draconic bat didn't relent. Its third soundwave attack was already forming. Just as the sonic tide bore down on me, I sprang from the ground, feigning death no longer. I immediately withdrew the severely injured Shadow Spider Queen and turned to flee. Damn it, really? Does this thing enjoy tormenting corpses? All my plans to bait it into landing were wasted. It wasn't falling for the tactic. I barely dodged the third sound wave, glancing up to see the draconic bat's mocking eyes. Son of a... It figured out I was faking. We were stuck again. A brutal stalemate. Meanwhile, in another part of the region, Xiaoxiao and his team were beginning to lose patience. They had been waiting for the hornet swarm to return to the nest. Screw this, we're not waiting any longer. The ones who flew out probably won't make it back anyway. There must still be some left inside. Stick to the plan. You release the poison, you keep watch, and signal if they come back. This time, I'm grabbing the top rank. Stay sharp. As the designated poison user set to work, Xiaoxiu's level began to skyrocket shortly after. Hell yeah, I finally overtook Lin Feng. Xiaoxiu shouted. His lackeys immediately began enthusiastically praising him, while the regional chat exploded in chaos. Our boss Xiaoxiu passed Lin Feng. Told you Xiaoxiu was stronger. S-tier class is just too OP. Boss Xiao, please take me under your wing. Lin Feng was just riding on luck. Now he's been dethroned. But just then, the sound of an official notification rang throughout the region. Region announcement. Region number 650249 has used a regional battlefield decree on this region. Region announcement. Rules for the regional battlefield decree are as follows. Regional battlefield decree. The initiating region will engage another in a resource plundering event. Regional battlefield decree. The victor gains 60 points of random data and takes 50% of the losing region's resources. Regional battlefield decree. The loser loses 60 points of random data and forfeits 50% of their resources. Regional battlefield decree. Resources include monster spawns and treasure chests. Regional battlefield decree. The initiating region chooses the combat rules. Region announcement. Region number 650249 has chosen solo slaughter mode. Solo slaughter mode. Each region will send their highest ranking player to an ancient battleground. Fight to the death. Solo slaughter mode. The winner will also receive an A-tier treasure chest. Region announcement. Battlefield countdown begins. Countdown. 2 hours. The chat channel erupted into chaos once more. Is number 650249 insane? Why the hell would they trigger this? I only have 61 data points total. If I lose 60, what even is the point of living? The worst part is losing half our resources. No monsters, no treasure chests. How are we supposed to get to level 10? If we can't reach level 10, we're done for. This system is legit trying to kill us. Wait, what exactly does solo slaughter mode mean? Are we really letting one person decide the fate of an entire region? Our top player is Xiaoxiu, right? Can he hold up against their best? Xiaoxiu's an S-tier. He's got troll bloodline for melee, and he can handle ranged combat with ice abilities. He has to win, right? Xiaoxiu, say something. All our lives are riding on you now. Hold on. I'm gonna tear number 650249's top player to pieces myself. If we win, we'll get a ton of data points and a 50% boost in resources. A direct shot to the top. Taking off. The announcement blared again. Regional announcement. During Battle Arena Command, players can view rankings and chat on both sides, but messaging privileges are disabled. The crowd immediately rushed into the opposing chat to spy. Who initiated the Battle Arena Command? Did they consult us? Who gave one person the right to stake everything on us all? It was Yamamoto. He's S-class, and his level outclasses the other side. Yamamoto even earned the Sword Master title before. We've got this. The honor of Sakura Kendo rests on this battle. Back in our own channel, tempers were starting to flare. Damn it, it's those Sakura punks. Their top player is already level 7. Is there any chance Summer Shoe won't mess up? Level 7 means nothing. Stop scaring yourselves. Everyone give their best gear to Summer Shoe. Every bit counts. I have a strength ring. It's his, but he has to give it back after. I'll throw in my agility boots. I've got a sword with 180 combat power. GTFO. You're really gonna show off a 180 CP like it's impressive? Cringe. Somehow, everyone managed to piece together a top-tier equipment set for me. Alright, thanks guys. If I don't win, I won't bother coming back. Sakura Kendo? I'll beat them until they call me Grandpa. At that moment, I had no idea the channel was in total chaos. With over 1,000 in Constitution as my buffer, the claw wounds caused by the sonic waves looked frightening but barely stung. The damage wasn't the issue. The problem? How the hell to get the azure-faced dragon bat out of the air? We were locked in a stalemate. The dragon bat, realizing I had no ranged combat capabilities, made the first move. With a sharp dive, it targeted me, its hind claws coming straight for the attack. I raised my gilded axe, ready to clash. The moment claw met axe, a deafening clang of metal echoed as sparks flew. Neither of us managed to land a hit. The dragon bat pulled away instantly, circling once more and diving again for another strike. The sound of our collisions filled the cave, each one loud enough to test anyone's patience. When the next dive came, I changed tactics. I didn't block. Instead, I sidestepped and unleashed my shadow web weaver. Fully healed, my web weaver wasted no time spitting webs. If we couldn't drag it down, then I'd just go up. The sight of the reborn web weaver hit the dragon bat hard. It faltered for a moment, then frantically flapped its wings to dodge. But the web had already stuck. Its hind claws were bound tight, ensnared. The panicked dragon bat beat its wings harder, yanking the web weaver off the ground entirely. I grabbed the other end of the web, getting dragged into the air as well. The dragon bat thrashed, unable to free itself. It tried to tear the web with its other claw, but feared both would get trapped. So, it resorted to brute force, rocketing toward the cave wall with deadly speed, hoping to crush me on impact. The wall rushed closer and closer, but I didn't flinch. I quickly recalled the web weaver, leaving only myself holding the web. In the instant before we hit, I kicked the wall with all my might. Ferocious impact. Using the rocky surface as leverage, I reversed the momentum. Crash. The collision left a huge crater in the wall, rubble flying in every direction. The impact pressure burst the blood vessels in my legs, and I coughed out a mouthful of blood. But because I still clung to the web, the force sent me flipping straight onto the dragon bat's back. Battle fury took over as I ignored my bleeding limbs. With my left hand, I gripped the tufts of fur around its neck, a rope in my hands. To the dragon bat, it was fur. To me, it was reins. My right hand swung the axe down hard, tearing open a gash at the back of its head. The injury wasn't fatal, but I had no intention of stopping. Blow after blow, I rained down strikes until the impacts blurred into a frenzy of motion. The dragon bat shrieked, bucking wildly in pain, desperate to dislodge me, but I held fast like my life depended on it. It did. When shaking me off failed and the agony grew unbearable, the dragon bat panicked and escalated further. It stopped twisting and instead made a straight shot climb towards the ceiling, intending to crush us both. As it surged upward, I continued hacking deeper into the wound, but I instantly realized its suicidal plan. If rolling didn't work, and now it was running straight to its death, well, so be it. Come out, my loyal underlings. In that moment, the dragon bat felt it. Its back suddenly weighed several tons heavier. The Shadow Ant King, Shadow Web Weaver, and Shadow Dire Wolf King all appeared at once, their massive forms anchoring down onto the dragon bat. And it was still rocketing toward the ceiling. The compounded weight nearly wrenched the creature's wings from their sockets as the strain overloaded its body. The Shadow Ant King didn't hesitate. It lunged for one of the wings, its jaws puncturing the delicate membrane. Rather than biting clean through, the Ant King pulled back, using its scythe-like forelimbs to pin itself into the wing's structure for a tighter grip. The web weaver was merciless, spearing six-leg spikes directly into the wing. Once secured, it started ripping into the flesh. The Dire Wolf King also leapt into action, sinking its fangs into the dragon bat's torso while its claws relentlessly tore at whatever it could reach. The dragon bat was overwhelmed. Its body, bleeding from countless new wounds, buckled under the relentless assault. Within seconds, all three of my shadow beasts had fully secured their positions, latched on tight and immovable. Even if it wanted to roll to dislodge us, it was too late. Screech. The dragon bat screeched in sheer torment, its wings riddled with gashes and holes. It flailed uselessly in midair, but there was no escaping its fate. With its own weight, my added mass, and the monstrous bulk of my shadow creatures combined, the damaged wings couldn't keep pace. It plummeted, spiraling like a battered rag as the group plunged together, a falling mass of flesh, claws, and shadows. The wind howled around us as the descent sped faster and faster. I had no intention of dying in the crash and quickly recalled my shadow beasts, praying the fall would at least soften without them adding to it. Touchdown. Just as I retracted my minion, the green-faced dragon bat unexpectedly sprang back up and took to the air, rolling like crazy mid-flight. My face darkened. This beast was faking death to fool me. The dragon bat abandoned steady flying and resorted to desperate spinning, somersaults, barrel rolls, you name it, all to stop me from summoning another minion. I was dizzy from its antics, but I refused to let go. My left hand clung on tightly, and my right hand, holding my gold-infused axe, didn't take a second's rest. I kept hacking relentlessly, no tactics, no reasoning, just swing after swing. The more it struggled, the messier its actions became. It accelerated, screeched to sudden stops, and flipped wildly. Gradually, its speed slowed down. By the time it was completely drained, I was almost too disoriented to remember how I landed. The only reason I didn't throw up was probably because I hadn't eaten much today. The second my stomach growled, however, it pulled me out of my dizzy state. Lying on the ground was the massive corpse of the green-faced dragon bat, its wings shredded to tatters, and the back of its skull hacked open, oozing blood and flesh. Congratulations. You've slain the green-faced dragon bat. Plus 1,024 points of energy acquired. Current level 6, 12, 328 20ths, 000. I have no idea how long I'd been at it, or how many swings it took to bring down this flying foe. If the Shadow Ant King wasn't so bulky and slow in the air, this whole fight wouldn't have been so chaotic. I glanced at the data. Green-faced dragon bat. Level, LV, 11, bronze tier, low rank. Strength, 1,156. Constitution, 1,320. Agility, 1,100. Intelligence, 1,088. Skills, sonic attack, sharp claws. Overall combat power, 56,000. A wild level 11 beast with over 1,000 in all 4 stats. No wonder it was suffocating to fight against. The words bronze tier, low rank, also made my heart sink. This must be some new tier that opens up after level 10. The reinforced Shadow Spider Queen is probably close to level 10, and so is the Shadow Ant King, but they're still completely outclassed compared to the level 11 Dragon Bat. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how deep and unpredictable the Myriad race battlefield is. But the trouble wasn't over yet. If I wanted to summon the Dragon Bat as a minion, I'd need to dismiss one of the current ones first. The Shadow Ant King has the best stats. No way I'm getting rid of that. The Shadow Spider Queen is reinforced, ranking second in power. The Shadow Demon Wolf King has the weakest stats, but its illusion ability is too valuable to discard. I wrestled with the decision for ages before gritting my teeth. Forget it. I'll just summon it back later if needed. Better safe than sorry. No use risking anything near this corpse. Huh, there's actually an A-rank treasure chest here. Might as well take that first. I'll head out to find food. Seriously, I'm starving. This whole day has been chaos. First getting surrounded by wolves, then chased by wasps, and finally fighting the dragon bat. All day wasted in battles, and breakfast was just some roasted rabbit from this morning. I'm running on fumes now. Oh right, there's still a whole web full of wasps I haven't cleaned out yet. I cursed myself for being a workaholic and summoned my 3 minions again to head back into the tunnel to deal with the wasps. As soon as we arrived, the wasps went berserk, buzzing loudly enough to make my ears ring. The minions charged in fearlessly, tearing through the swarm like ripping apart a dark cloud. Kill notifications started popping up one after another, and the energy points kept rolling in. 2 points per wasp might not sound like much, but the sheer number adds up fast. In the end, I managed to level up to 7. As always, I distributed the points evenly and didn't even bother looking at the updated stats panel yet. I needed food first. I pulled out some leftover wild fruits from last night to fill my stomach a bit. Once I recalled the rest of the minions, I hopped onto the Shadow Ant King and bolted out of the cave. Not far outside, I spotted a large wild turkey. It was hefty. Staring at its massive claws made me swallow hard in anticipation. With the Shadow Ant King, I leaped to attack, taking it down in a matter of moments. I lit a fire, set up a spit, and started roasting. Just as my level hit 7, the regional channel chat exploded. Someone shouted that I had overtaken Xiaoxiu again, while others started panicking, claiming the personal kill battle was coming up soon. Apparently, every good piece of equipment in the region had been handed to Xiaoxiu, and now I was the one going into battle instead. Some people were so anxious they were shaking, saying that if I lost, half the region's resources and treasure chests would be forfeited, not to mention a loss of 60 stats total. A few even suggested it'd be better for me to just die beforehand. Others speculated that I wasn't even reading the channel. Otherwise, I wouldn't have deliberately overtaken Xiaoxiu and sent myself into the fray. A few dissenters argued that maybe I didn't trust Xiaoxiu to win and did this on purpose. But most people didn't believe it. After all, it had taken 7 pieces of equipment just to barely push Xiaoxiu's combat power past 10,000. Meanwhile, someone had snuck into the opposing faction's channel to gather intel and came back with a bombshell. Their champion, Yamamoto-kun, had a combat power of 15,000. The regional chat descended into chaos. Some people shouted encouragement, saying they believed in me. Others simply wailed, saying it was all over. Eventually, a group resorted to spamming Xiaoxiu, begging him to level up faster. Over in the opposing team's chat, they were already rolling with laughter. They mocked how our region's top player got overtaken and how all the best gear was given to Xiaoxiu, only for some random guy named Lin Fengmi to end up being their representative. They jeered at how it took an entire region's combined effort just to break 10,000 combat power. Then someone dropped their trump card. Yamamoto-kun was already at 15,000. Their chat erupted into mayhem, with many egging Yamamoto on to crush me instantly. Did they really just compare Yamamoto-kun to a mere sword master? You're too savage, don't be that blunt. If we scare them to tears, it's no fun anymore. I think they're about to fall apart over there, especially that Lin Feng guy. He seems completely clueless to. Let's see if Yamamoto-kun still has a regional battlefield token. If so, hit him again hard. They probably won't even have any treasure chests left to claim. Wu Shuang glanced at the live chat scrolling by, smirked, and commented coldly. You think any of you are fit to beat that man? If you guys had seen what happened this morning, your legs would have turned to jelly. And yet, here you are mocking him. That man is simply invincible. What is he doing right now? As she spoke, her face inexplicably turned red. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on Xiaoxiu's end. What the hell? What am I even doing here? How did his level overtake mine? I just cleared out a swarm of jungle yellow jackets. If I lose, I'll lose 60 points of data. Can any of you afford to take responsibility for that? Trying to stay under the radar, a junior teammate chimed in. Boss, could it be because I lured that swarm of yellow jackets away? They never came back. If there's anyone who could solo that swarm at this stage, it's probably him. Otherwise, there's no way my level would have jumped like this. The more Xiaoxiu thought about it, the more it made sense. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, ruined my plans, and dared to step all over me. He'd better pray for mercy when I catch up. As for me, I was blissfully grilling a giant drumstick over a fire, the oil sizzling satisfyingly. Finally cooked, I was starving to. I had just taken the chicken foot down and was about to plate the enormous drumstick when, out of nowhere, the space around me warped violently. In the next moment, I was forcibly dragged into an ancient battlefield. Before me, a figure solidified, wooden clogs, a long sword, and a bald head with a small ponytail at the back. Frozen mid-reach for my food, my drumstick was gone, and so was my peace. Fury flared instantly, battle readiness overwhelming me as murderous intent filled my eyes. Who the hell are you? Do you even know the cost of interrupting my meal? The man opposite sneered. So it's you, Lin Feng? I am Yamamoto-kun, the #1 swordsman of Great Sakura. I am your opponent. Prepare yourself for death. I gave him an unimpressed once-over and frowned. What rock did this Sakura brat crawl out from? Wasting no time, Yamamoto-kun assumed his battle stance, body leaning forward as he charged at me. I believe in respecting every opponent. If you can withstand 5 moves, I'll finish you painlessly. Behold my first skill, Drawblade Slash, Form 1. I didn't even bother to look at him, rolling my eyes. Come forth, my servants. My shadow stretched impossibly long, and from its inky depth crawled 3 colossal beasts, each towering 5 meters high. Their ominous presence was as if the gates of hell had opened. Yamamoto-kun's sword froze mid-draw. His charge ground to a halt the second he laid eyes on the 3 monsters towering over him. He craned his neck to look up, his face draining of color. Jungle Ant Queen? But they're usually barely 2 meters tall. This one's head alone is nearly 2 meters. Wait, wings. And those scythe-like front legs. Are you some kind of mantis demon? And that's Blood Widow Spider Mother. Why does it look almost twice as big? And the saber-toothed demon wolf. Normally, they're only 2 meters. What on earth have you been feeding these things? His Adam's apple bobbed nervously, his tone still defiant, but his heart clearly quivering. Gold fertilizers, huh? Are they really that powerful? Maybe I should bring some back for my own fighters. In that instant, Yamamoto-kun even started planning out the rest of his life, seemingly resigned to live another day. Snapping him out of his stupor, I growled, "Make it quick. I'm hungry." The 3 beasts moved as commanded, and Yamamoto-kun's legs immediately gave out beneath him. Collapsing to the ground, he left a puddle of, let's just say it wasn't sweat. He wailed, begging desperately, "Don't come any closer. I give up. I was wrong. Please don't kill me." The live chat lit up. So, has Xiaoxiu overtaken Lin Feng yet? Even if he has, it's pointless. Yamamoto's battle power is a whopping 15,000. At least he'll put up a fight, right? You never know, he might win. I'm still betting on Lin Feng. Worst case, we all die together. Speak for yourself. No dying together, please. My battle power just passed 10,000. An S-rank profession could take that Sakura brat down. Battle power doesn't matter. Our boss dominates by skill alone. Didn't he already carry 2 guys into the top 100? If he's serious, he'll definitely win. Crap, the countdown's down to 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Zone 650249 was bursting with celebration. Yamamoto-kun, bring down that sick man in under 3 minutes. 3. I say 2 minutes is plenty. I'll bet 1 minute. It'll be a clean sweep. 60 data points. Isn't that basically half my life? It's enough to level up several times. Weary definitely going all the way to the end. Great Sakura for the win. I've already decided how to allocate my points. The more I think about it, the better this feels. Oh, it's almost starting. Regional announcement. The personal slaughter mode has been activated. Both contestants have entered the arena. Tension filled the air on both sides. Regional announcement. Personal slaughter mode has concluded. Data is being calculated. Damn, that was fast. It only lasted 30 seconds. Who won? Tell us. Seriously? That Lin Feng guy? Even I could have handled it better. Wait a sec. The leaderboard still has Lin Feng's name. Could it be? Of course Yamamoto won. It's Lin Feng. 30 seconds, instant KO. Told you swordsmen are OP. Or maybe the opponent was just trash. Haha. Fair point. Too weak. Wait, something's off. Why is Yamamoto's name missing from the leaderboard? Regional announcement. Region 800820 declared victorious. Rewards distributed. Regional announcement. Each player in Region 800820 has received 60 points of random data. Regional announcement. Resources in Region 800820 have increased by 50%, and treasure chests have increased by 50%. Regional announcement. Region 650249 defeated. Penalties distributed. Regional announcement. Each player in Region 650249 has lost 60 points of random data. Regional announcement. Resources in Region 650249 have decreased by 50%, and treasure chests have decreased by 50%. Regional announcement. Battlefield mode has concluded. Chat channels have been separated. Did Lin Feng just win? This ended in 30 seconds. Bragged all day about a 15,000 battle power. That's it. Turns out to be all bark and no bite. Wait, why do I have 60 extra data points? Why is there a treasure chest in front of me? It wasn't there before. Stop joking. Just thank Big Boss Lin Feng already. Thank you, Yamamoto-kun, for giving me the will to survive. Thanks to Sakura-chan for sponsoring 60 data points. Appreciate Kawanishi for the 50% more treasure chests. LOL, this is hilarious. Lin Feng, I love you. I want to have your babies. Back off, Lin Feng's mine. Everyone else can move aside. Kawanishi, Yamamoto, I'm coming for your ancestors. Damn it, defeated in less than 30 seconds. And this guy dares call himself a master swordsman? Now what? Without treasure chests, even raising my arms feels like a chore. Great. That scumbag Yamamoto cost me 60 data points. Now I'm forced to grind level 1 goblins again. You think that's bad? I'm left with just 1 data point. Breathing is exhausting at this point. I'm done for. Yamamoto, I curse your entire family. I sat back down by the campfire and checked on my roasted chicken leg. Thankfully, it hadn't burned. Munching away, I scrolled through the regional chat. Personal info. Congratulations on winning the personal kill mode. You've received 60 data points, 1 A-rank treasure chest. My eyes sparkled. First, I distributed the data points evenly and then opened the treasure chest. You've obtained Flash Boots. Flash Boots allows you to teleport within 5 meters. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Battle power plus 8,000. This item was a game changer. Next time I run into a blue-faced dragon bat, I'll just teleport onto its back when the time is right. I immediately put on the boots and glanced at the announcements again, confirming that the regional battlefield pass was legitimate. Even Summer Rest was catching up quickly. After shutting off chat, I filled my stomach before checking my stats. Name, Lin Foam. Level, 7. Class, SSS rank Shadow Overlord. Minions, Shadow Forest Ant King, Shadow Bloodthirsty Spider Queen +1, Shadow Saber Wolf King. Total battle power, 68,000. 68,000. That should be enough. Elsewhere, someone was losing it. That damn Lin Foam stole my Hornet, stole my Spotlight, and even looted an A-rank chest. As the sky began to darken, signaling the end of the day, I remembered I still had a daily dungeon attempt left. Without hesitation, I chose Nightmare mode. This time, I brought along my 3 minions. I even had a blue-faced dragon bat in my inventory that I hadn't used yet. I didn't lift a finger as my minions steamrolled through everything. Cleared in 2 minutes. Successfully defeated Bloodthirsty Rock Spider, plus 8 energy. X70. Successfully defeated Bloodthirsty Spider Queen, plus 64 energy. Only 600 plus energy? It felt lackluster compared to what the blue-faced dragon bat drops, though it was much more convenient. Congratulations on clearing Wrath of the Spider Swarm in Nightmare difficulty. Clear time, 2 minutes 1 second. Reward earned, B-rank treasure chest. The reward seemed downgraded. Still, I opened the B-rank chest. You've obtained Spider Silk Pants. Spider Silk Pants, durable and breathable. Battle power plus 400. I glanced at my tattered jeans, barely hanging on as rags, and quickly swapped them out. Not much bonus power, but at least I wasn't running around half-naked. With the dungeon done, I returned to my campfire spot. The very next moment, a massive whip lashed at me. I jumped instinctively, but not fast enough. The blow struck my leg hard, sending me flying. The spider silk pants tore apart on the spot. Blood gushed from the wound. I glanced down and saw a deep gash in my right thigh, the bone almost visible. I looked up and figured out the source. Not a whip, but a tail. Trailing the tail, I saw the rest of the creature, a giant mass, like a moving boulder. A giant rock turtle. The rock turtle had been resting peacefully until it caught a whiff of a potent, delicious aroma. It was a scent unlike anything it had ever smelled before. Slowly, it rose and began lumbering toward the source of the smell. Finally, it found the culprit, the roasted jungle chicken I had finished moments earlier. It watched me in rage as I popped the last piece into my mouth. In an instant, it flew into a frenzy, ready to attack. But before it could make a move, I disappeared on the spot, teleporting to the Nightmare Daily Dungeon. Before long, I emerged again. This time, the rock turtle immediately charged and swung at me. Its massive tail whipped like a crashing tidal wave, slashing my leg open and ripping a deep, ugly wound. A dark voice cursed. Damn it, I just changed my pants. Fueled by pure fighting instinct, I summoned 3 minions at once: Shadow Ant King, Shadow Spider Queen, and Shadow Demon Wolf King. The 3 lunged at the giant stone turtle, but its tail kept relentlessly lashing at me, forcing me to dodge non-stop. The Shadow Ant King latched onto the turtle's shell, chewing away as if providing a back scratch. The Shadow Spider Queen jabbed at it with her pillar-like legs, but still couldn't break through. The Shadow Demon Wolf King charged straight at the turtle's head, forcing it to swing its tail away from me to defend itself. The Demon Wolf King used illusions to evade the strike. The tail shattered its mirage, but before the turtle noticed, the Demon Wolf King was already pouncing at its face, aiming directly for the turtle's eye. The giant stone turtle didn't have time to evade and could only squeeze its eyes shut. Yet even through the defense, razor-sharp claws sliced through its eyelid, and blood trickled down. The turtle let out a deep, almost bovine-like roar. It was furious now, lifting its front legs and slamming them against the ground with immense force. Dust exploded everywhere as the shockwave sent the Shadow Demon Wolf King and Shadow Spider Queen flying. My visibility was completely cut off by the clouded debris, leaving me with nothing but the sound of something cutting through the air at lightning speed. Barely raising my golden-infused axe to block, I braced myself. In the next split second, asterisk bang asterisk, I was sent hurtling dozens of meters, crashing through several ancient trees before landing hard. As the dust cleared, I crawled up from the splinters, spitting blood. The adrenaline kept me numb to the pain, but I knew all too well, at least 2 ribs broken, and no doubt my internal organs were rattled. Meanwhile, back on the turtle's back, the Shadow Ant King was still scraping away, as if trying to buff the shell for a shine. The Shadow Demon Wolf King, however, had taken a direct hit, leaving 3 of its legs snapped, now lying on the ground, howling in defiance. The Shadow Spider Queen had just recovered enough to lurch forward again, but before she could fully close the distance, swoosh, the same whip-like sound, a direct hit to her side. 1 row of her abdomen legs was instantly shattered, her entire form spinning mid-air before slamming into the ground. Even in such wounded shape, the Spider Queen wasn't ready to concede. She fired off her web, tangling herself to the turtle's tail. But the giant stone turtle simply flexed its monstrous strength, swinging her like an added weight at the tail's tip, slamming her into the ground repeatedly until her movements all but ceased, leaving only faint breathing. I hastily recalled both the Shadow Spider Queen and the Shadow Demon Wolf King. If I didn't, they'd vanish, and recovery would take far too long. As I poured my mana into stabilizing their conditions, my face tightened in frustration, running through my options quickly in my mind. This giant stone turtle's defense was on a whole other level of absurd. Its tail? Even a simple strike could send me flying with ease. Worse still, whenever I heard that harrowing whip-like sound, it meant an even deadlier attack was coming, usually accompanied by vision-blurring dust clouds. Its sweeping attacks left no room for straightforward evasion strategies. I couldn't let up now. There had to be a way to dismantle this iron tank of a creature. Damn, Yamamoto's way too weak. I could have beaten him after adding 60 points. Man, stop bragging. The only reason you got rewards is because Lin Feng handed them down. Give him some credit. Credit aside, Yamamoto still sucks. Okay, everyone's hitting 10k now. Relax. Puffed. If my squad leader got in, he'd obliterate that little weakling in seconds. Your squad leader? Keep dreaming. I bet I wouldn't even need 10 seconds to chop Yamamoto down. Heh, leader's a beast. They just cracked open 3 treasure chests moments ago. Say, wasn't everyone trembling the moment they heard about Yamamoto's 15k battle power? Here you all are now, acting fearless. Battle power isn't everything. Lin Feng wins by outplaying opponents with technique. Isn't he a grandmaster swordsman or something? Self-proclaimed at best. And you're saying his battle power isn't high. Across the server, most people barely hit 3k with a full set of equipment. Summer peaks barely surpassed that threshold. Lin Feng can't be that far ahead. Oh crap. From now on, Lin Feng is my idol. What did you see? Go check today's Nightmare daily completion record. 2 minutes? Am I hallucinating? I'm sweating buckets. Lin Feng is a god. No matter how much the livestream chat hyped me up, the reality couldn't have been further from the glamour they imagined. My battle here? Pure, grueling endurance. The giant stone turtle remained completely oblivious to the feeble efforts of the Shadow Ant King, treating it like an itch rather than a threat. Crouching behind the splintered remnants of felled trees, I clenched my teeth. I would press on. I sent out my 2 partially healed minions again, then launched a fiery cross slash from range. My plan was to use it as cover to close the gap. The flaming cross tore through the air. Simultaneously, I accelerated toward the turtle. I barely covered any distance when whoosh, the tail lashed out, obliterating my fiery cross slash in an instant. That brief explosion gave me just the opening I needed. Dodging the tail's aftershock, I found my way into a blind spot, directly next to the turtle's gargantuan head. Hoisting my golden-infused battle axe high, I struck down hard. Crack. The force reverberated painfully up my arms, almost causing me to drop my axe. The impact left a nasty gash along the top of its head, blood pouring out, though it was little more than a flesh wound to this beast. No retreat. Tightening my grip on the axe with both hands, I shifted tactics, aiming for the vulnerable areas, the eyes and neck. When the tail swung close, I dive under its neck, clinging to this blind spot. One strike, then another. Wounds multiplied on its face and neck, inch by agonizing inch. My shadow demon wolf king stayed mobile, weaving through tail strikes using illusions to claw at any weak spots when possible. Meanwhile, the shadow spider queen could only pace anxiously from a distance. Just as I thought I might be turning the tide, the giant stone turtle suddenly went berserk. Lifting its massive right leg, it slammed down harder than ever before. This wasn't just another dust cloud. This time, a devastating shockwave erupted from where it landed. It practically felt like an erupting storm. Swept into the air, both the Shadow Spider Queen and Shadow Demon Wolf King were hurled dozens of meters back, crashing violently. The ground around the turtle's feet, once solid, was torn apart as if a plow had forcibly carved the surface, shoving earth aside in meters-wide trenches. Then came the death knell, a rippling shockwave. A crushing force struck me like a sledgehammer to the skull, leaving me instantly disoriented and numb. My body betrayed me, limp and helpless, even though my consciousness remained painfully aware. The wind carried me like so much debris, tossing me away with no control. And still, I could feel it, my two surviving minions pummeled relentlessly by the explosive force. Even so, through sheer reflex alone, one thing remained clear. My golden-infused axe was still clutched tightly in my hand. My body froze entirely. The sound of something slicing through the air exploded again. A massive tail swept in with devastating force, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Desperately, I screamed in my head, "Move!" But the dizziness hadn't fully subsided, and I could only watch helplessly as it drew closer. Time seemed to stretch, moving forward frame by frame. I finally regained sensation in my fingers, then my upper body, but it was still too late. The tail was already in front of me, less than 15 feet away, closing in fast. The stone shell tortoises I carried an injured crease, but its gaze burned fiercer, more ruthless. It was convinced that the sweep of its tail would turn me into a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang sat atop a boulder, swinging her legs while browsing the area's cleared level notifications. He got through the nightmare dungeon in just 2 minutes. She scanned the vicinity, surrounded by the corpses of felled dire wolves, then hopped down to gather all the loot. Oh, there's a treasure chest, too. Back on the battlefield, the massive tail was now mere inches away from me. The gust it carried cut my face first, slicing the skin open before blood even had the chance to flow. As the tail swiped past, the stone shell tortoise's expression turned mocking. Finally over, it seemed to think. But in the next second, it froze. The expected sensation of hitting solid flesh never came. It fixated its gaze and realized. I was standing there on ground, completely unharmed. My flash boots had saved my life. As soon as sensation returned to my legs, I'd flooded the boots with magic and instantly escaped what would have been a fatal blow. When I landed, I gasped for air, forcing myself to adjust to my newly recovered body. That shockwave earlier wasn't even at full strength, yet it nearly killed me. I barely had time to gather myself before the stone shell tortoise went into a full-on rampage. Its tail lashed out repeatedly, its shadow filling the air as it thrashed. I had no choice but to dodge constantly, darting away with each strike. But when that telltale slicing sound echoed again, I didn't dodge. Instead, I raised my gold-edged axe to meet the attack, not to block it outright, but to redirect it. The moment my axe met the tail, I shifted from a vertical chop to a side deflect, activating a powerful counterattack in the same motion. Using the combined force, I allowed myself to be blasted backward, only to land directly in front of the stone shell tortoise once more. Its tail barely grazed my side on the way, and I felt the pressure crush into my ribs. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, but my eyes flared brighter. My resolve burned hotter than ever. I had to admit, this thing's strength was absolutely ridiculous. I'd thrown just about everything I had at it, and all I'd managed was to chip away at the surface of the armor covering its head. But I wasn't going to back down. I pressed in again, swinging my gold-edged axe relentlessly, aiming blow after blow at its massive face. As I kept smashing away, frustration bubbled inside me. I was still missing a critical move, something devastating, something that could deliver a deep, bloody wound in one strike. Without it, how was I supposed to inflict serious damage on this creature, let alone kill it? Sure, I could retreat, summon my blue fang bat, and gather more data before coming back to fight. But once my battle rage set in, the thought of running turned unbearable. My gut told me if I backed down now, I might lose my edge permanently. Besides, the blue fang bat likely wouldn't help much here. Its claw strikes might land, but I could already endure those. Its sonic waves had wide coverage but insufficient damage. They'd barely scratch this tortoise. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. The gold-edged axe rained down like a storm. I abandoned targeting its eyes, shifting my focus to its neck instead. Swing after swing slashed at the same spot, trying to carve deep enough to sever an artery. I stayed close to its head, using its thick neck as cover. When its tail came for me, I ducked to the opposite side. My movements had the rhythm of splitting firewood, one chop at a time. The tortoise's neck wound widened with every blow, and its enraged roars came one after the other. I even started predicting the direction of its tail attacks by the sound alone, dodging more cleanly with every strike. But just as I was feeling increasingly in control, another slicing sound tore through the air. This one sharper, closer, and coming from an unexpected angle. This time, the tail wasn't coming for my body. It was getting straight for my throat. This force, something feels off. Would the tortoise hurt itself to attack me? Of course not. Everything clicked in my head in an instant. That shield I'd been using, its head? It could just retract it into its shell. A second later, the stone shell tortoise pulled its head back, leaving me completely exposed to the tail's direct strike. That's when I finally realized. It had let me wail on its head and neck all this time without knocking me away, just to lull me into a false sense of security. It had been waiting for this perfect chance at a killing blow. The tail barreled in with terrifying pressure. I tried to shift a half step away but couldn't move fast enough. My flash boots were still cooling down. I couldn't activate their dash effect. All I could do was watch as the tail closed in, close enough for the cold air around it to prickle my neck. But then, at the last possible moment, the stone-shell tortoise let out an ear-piercing scream of pain. The tail's trajectory wrenched suddenly off course, grazing me instead of delivering a direct hit. I broke into a cold sweat and barely had a chance to steady my breathing before the tortoise lifted its mighty feet and stomped, sending me flying backward again. When I landed, dazed, a single wild thought dominated my mind. What just happened? Looking up, I finally saw the answer. The Shadow Ant King had stepped in to save me. It had clambered onto the tortoise's back at some point, biting and gnawing away. Yet that impenetrable back armor was so tough that its efforts had been about as effective as a gentle exfoliation. But when it saw me about to get obliterated, it lost all patience. Taking a more direct route, it climbed down and latched onto the tortoise's tail, sinking its massive pincers into the unprotected underside with ease. The tail flailed wildly, the unbearable pain twisting its movements. As realization dawned on me, I couldn't help but light up inside. I almost wanted to grab the Ant King and give it a big kiss, but seeing how furiously it was working, I held back. Regardless, it was crystal clear. The Shadow Ant King had just saved my life and might have turned this entire battle around. With a single glance, I realized I had struck the giant stone turtle's weak spot. Otherwise, given how absurd its defenses were, there's no way I'd have been able to pierce its armor at my current stage. I'd only have been able to hide and take a beating. But now that its weakness was exposed, the turtle was essentially as good as dead. The problem, however, was figuring out how to maneuver behind it. A direct attempt was almost impossible. Its massive tail could crush me into pieces at any moment. Then, an idea sparked. Without hesitation, I unleashed a furious strike directly at the giant stone turtle. Kicking off the ground with all my might, I launched myself straight into the air. For someone without flight capabilities, jumping like this was basically asking to be a sitting duck. The turtle's eyes locked on me mid-air, its killing intent nearly palpable. The sound of the wind tearing announced its tail sweeping my way. Just as I was about to be smashed to pulp, I summoned the Shadow Spider Queen out of nowhere. Turns out, I'd already retracted her before jumping, waiting for this exact moment. Mid-air, I erupted with another furious strike, leveraging off the Spider Queen's back to propel myself. Like a cannonball, I blasted toward the turtle's rear side. Its massive tail completely missed me, instead flinging my Spider Queen far out of the way. Taking advantage of the opening, I moved along its tail, my golden-edged axe clenched tightly in both hands, and delivered a devastating blow. Crack! As I landed, the giant stone turtle let out an ear-shattering wail. Its tail split wide open, revealing jutting bone beneath. Blood gushed like a fountain. Almost ruined my new pants, I muttered. Now that I knew its weak spot, I relentlessly hacked into the wound over and over. Meanwhile, the Shadow Ant King latched on tightly, tearing viciously along the exposed area. That gargantuan tail, once its source of absolute dominance, had now become a fatal weak point. Unable to retract its tail into its shell, and with no way to blow us away with shockwaves, the turtle was helpless. Clinging tightly to the wound alongside the Ant King, every shockwave only widened its injuries further. I continued hacking, and the ant relentlessly burrowed further in. By the end, the Shadow Ant King was practically inside the turtle. The battle raged on from sunset well into the dead of night. Congratulations on defeating the giant stone turtle. Energy gained for 1,096 points. Current level 7, 26, 0, 24/80, 000. Why did it drop this much energy? I frowned, glancing at the information displayed about the corpse. Giant stone turtle, level 13, bronze, low tier. Combat power 128,000. Skills, stomp, tail whip. A level 13 beast? It was nearly twice my level. With 128,000 combat power, no wonder it was such a struggle. It had absurdly high defense, and a single sweep from its tail could obliterate any of my minions. But for all its immense power, it was too slow and its party slots were already full. I'd have to keep it in reserve for now. On the ground next to it lay 2 A-rank treasure chests. No S-rank chest? Really? After all that? Was this even a fight a human should have been able to win? I opened the first chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Frostflower Greatsword. Frostflower Greatsword. Attacks inflict frost damage and increase combat power by 10,000 points. 10,000 extra combat power plus frost damage? Definitely impressive. But I was already so accustomed to using an axe that the greatsword just fell off to me. Shrugging, I tossed it into the trading channel, noting, Asterisk will trade for long-handled battle axe. DM if interested, asterisk. Still, I didn't get the item I really wanted, and I let out a small sigh. Time to move on. I opened the second A-rank chest. Congratulations. You have obtained Shadow Crystal, exclusive. Shadow Crystal, exclusive used to evolve a minion and gain an additional minion slot. Note, can only be used on pre-bronze minions. No way, it actually dropped. But then I noticed an added note. Can only evolve pre-bronze minions. So much for using this on the giant stone turtle and soaring through the ranks. Those plans crumbled instantly. Wait, so how do I even evolve a bronze tier minion? My mind was interrupted by that familiar cutesy voice chiming in again. You will need a shadow gem, exclusive to evolve bronze tier minions. Looking down at my total shadow energy, it currently stood at 44,832 points. The Shadow Bloodthirsty Spider Queen required 50,000, the Shadow Jungle Ant King needed 100,000, and the Shadow Saberwolf King also needed 50,000. Right now, I couldn't afford to upgrade any of them. So, for now, I'd have to use the crystal and pick just one to evolve. Running through various strategies, I realized this evolution was likely to get the chosen minion to bronze tier, but pushing beyond that would require switching to Shadow Gems. Indecision hit me hard. Should I go with the Shadow Ant King? Its stats boost seemed the most promising, but it had just evolved and was still unfamiliar with its new skills like scythe legs or flight. Ruled out. The Shadow Spider Queen? Loyal, battle-tested, and effective. Her webs once completely decimated a swarm of hornets. But her flaws were also obvious. Her attacks were too weak, and web traps were only useful against smaller, weaker monsters. Or the Shadow Saberwolf King. Apart from looking cool, he was nearly useless, but a guy needs style, right? After a lot of back and forth, I ultimately decided to follow the order of seniority and let the evolution go to the Shadow Spider Queen. All three of my minions stared at the Shadow Crystal, eyes burning with anticipation. I raised my hand and activated the crystal. Black mist poured from the crystal, enveloping the Shadow Spider Queen. It thrashed and screeched as if undergoing an agonizing molting process. Cracks spread across its exoskeleton as a brand new Shadow Spider Queen emerged from her old shell. Before the discarded shell even hit the ground, she sucked it back into herself like a vacuum. I blinked. Her body had shrunk. She used to be 6 meters tall and 10 meters long. Now she was only 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. But what she lacked in size, she more than made up for in sleekness and danger. It was clear she had become even deadlier, full of eerie tadpole-like patterns. Its abdomen turned smooth, yet razor-sharp like a blade grazing close. The human face pattern on its belly became even clearer, hauntingly ghost-like. I could feel it. Its strength had easily doubled, if not more. Shadow Bloodthirst Spider Queen. Level 11, Bronze Tier, Low. Strength 1230. Constitution 1320. Agility 1460. Intelligence 960. Skill Venom, able to unleash poison through its entire body. Overall combat power 69,000. Skills reduced to just Venom, but with its added attribute-based attack, it directly surpasses the green-faced dragon bat in combat power. The giant stone rock turtle, however, lacks any attributes. My heart sank. As the Shadow King, it's only reasonable to have some shadow attributes, right? It felt like I had found a crack, just big enough to pry open the world's rules. I quickly asked the dedicated GM. Permissions not yet unlocked. When will they unlock? After reaching level 10. Permissions not yet unlocked. I clenched my teeth and decided not to press further. With the crystals used up, a new slot opened up. Let's summon the giant stone rock turtle for now. I needed more constitution. Rise, my servant. Slowly, the mountain-like giant stone rock turtle awakened. The moment its constitution stat fed back to me, I could feel the injuries on my body begin to heal bit by bit. Relying on my beginner's battle intent earlier had dulled the pain. I'd barely even noticed it. But now, as tension left me, my leg wound seared with sharp, stinging pain, and my fractured ribs. They hurt so much I was sucking in cold breaths. But thankfully, with the added constitution, my recovery speed visibly fastened. At this rate, I estimated that after a good night's rest, I'd be 70 to 80% healed by morning. I casually opened my status panel. Name, Lymphome. Level, 7, 2602-4/80-000. Class, SSS Tier Shadow King. Servants, Shadow Forest Ant King, Shadow Bloodthirst Spider Queen, Shadow Saber-Toothed Demon Wolf King, Shadow Giant Stone Rock Turtle. Strength, 160, plus 356, plus 1,230, plus 279, plus 2,469. Constitution, 151, plus 460, plus 1,320, plus 288, plus 3,650. Agility, 138, plus 127, plus 1,460, plus 421, plus 570. Intelligence, 110, plus 81, plus 960, plus 270, plus 1,600. Skills, Flame Cross Slash, Frenzied Heavy Strike, Beginner's Battle Intent. Overall combat power, 201,000. The whole zone was racking their brains to push Xiaoxiao above 10,000 combat power. Meanwhile, I easily stood tall above 200,000. And yet, I only thought it was decent at best. My constitution barely exceeded 5,000. Closing the panel, I went straight to sleep. While I slept soundly, the region chat was in chaos. Check the trading zone. It's absolutely insane. A heavy sword with 10k combat power? Did my eyes go bad? Big Shot Lin Feng just listed a 10k combat power heavy sword for sale. I barely scraped together 3k combat power, and he's out here selling weapons casually worth 10k? The gap is crushing to where the people claiming Lin Feng's combat power wasn't that high yesterday. Come out and take your beating. Why isn't the big guy selling corpses anymore? I've been saving up for days. Trying to trade a 200 combat power woodcutting axe? Dream on. So this is Lin Feng's true strength? I'm on my knees. By the next morning, the Warring Races battlefield entered its second day. Still lost in my dreams, the rewards arrived first. Regional announcement. Second day ranking rewards have been distributed. First place, Lin Feng, level 7. Second place, Xiaoxia, level 7. Third place, Zhu Sui, level 6. First place, Lin Feng, awarded a Tier B treasure chest. Second place, Xiaoxia, awarded a Tier C treasure chest. Third place, Zhu Sui, awarded a Tier D treasure chest. Regional announcement. Rankings for the instance Tragedy of the Spider Swarm have been published. First place, Nightmare Difficulty Lin Feng, 2:01 minutes. Awarded a Tier B treasure chest. Second place, Nightmare Difficulty Xiaoxia, 15:05 minutes. Awarded a Tier C treasure chest. Third place, Nightmare Difficulty Wu Shuang, 21:20 minutes. Awarded a Tier D treasure chest. Clearing Nightmare in 2 minutes? I take 20 minutes just for normal mode. Yeah, and this guy casually sells a 10k combat power weapon. How are you even going to compete? Wu Shuang ranked 3rd? That girl isn't simple either. Then, another series of notifications rolled in. Regional announcement. 1,000 players have now reached level 5, upgrading the daily instanced. Regional announcement. Daily instance, Wrath of the Spider Swarm, has been upgraded. Difficulty increased. Regional announcement. Proceed with caution when selecting difficulty. Upgraded again. They're just asking us to die at this point. I already don't qualify for the rewards, just advance whatever. Begging for team mode to come out so I can hug Lin Feng's thigh. When the sun climbed high in the sky, I finally woke up, or more accurately, hunger woke me up. Immediately, I commanded my Shadow Forest Ant King to hunt for food. Casually browsing the chat, I noticed that I'd somehow gained 2 more Tier B treasure chests. Raising an eyebrow, I opened them up without hesitation. Congratulations. You've obtained the skill, Life Drain. Life Extract. Extracts plants, condenses them into life essence, and can heal external injuries. Congratulations, you've acquired a skill, Shadow Arrow, exclusive. Shadow Arrow, exclusive, consumes mana to form shadow arrows for attack. I jolted awake, finally gaining a ranged skill. I immediately learned Shadow Arrow and also picked up Life Extract. Might as well, since there weren't many skill restrictions in battle. I raised my hand and fired off a Shadow Arrow. A dark mist condensed into the shape of an arrow mid-air, piercing through the ancient tree ahead and continuing to streak out into the distance. The damage was off the charts, likely thanks to the boost from my over 3,000 intelligence points. Next, I tested out Life Extract. Running my hand over the grass, it immediately withered, leaving a single drop of green, life water. On drinking it, my recovery rate shot up for 30 seconds, equivalent to the regen of about 1,000 constitution points. With over 5,000 constitution myself, I didn't really need it, but this stuff would sell like hotcakes. As I walked, I kept extracting and managed to save up 10 drops by the time the Shadow Ant King returned, accompanied by 2 jungle turkeys. I listed the 10 drops of life water in the trading channel, with the label, External Injury Remedy, Beautification, and Scar Removal. Afterward, I started whipping up breakfast. Once finished, I checked the trading messages. Surprisingly, someone offered a poleaxe in exchange for the frost-heavy sword. A private chat revealed it was Wu Shuang, spamming messages frantically, clutching her Molten Lava Battle Axe, and begging for the trade. Molten Lava Battle Axe grants lava-based attacks, plus 12,000 battle power. With its battle power bonus even higher than that of the frost-heavy sword, I replied with just 2 words, deal. Wu Shuang gingerly asked for an additional favor. She wanted to buy a drop of life water using a corpse as payment. Apparently, she didn't manage to snatch up the last batch, and it was all because of its beautification and scar removal properties. I was speechless, but ended up extracting 2 more drops on the spot to give her for free. Wu Shuang cradled the 2 drops of life water, her thoughts running wild, grinning like a fool. I, on the other hand, turned my focus to my newly acquired Molten Lava Battle Axe. The axe's handle was almost 4 meters long, and the blade spanned 1.5 meters across, 2 sizes up compared to the Gilded Axe. Its presence alone was suffocating. I gave it a casual swing, gripping it firmly, and it felt like it was made for me. Axes were definitely my true calling. In the trading channel, all 10 drops of life water were sold out, each garnering the equivalent value of over 1,000 shadow energy points in corpses. Of the 10 sales, 7 were purchased by women, netting me a total value of 13,250 shadow energy points in corpses. I promptly disassembled the corpses on the spot, boosting my shadow energy reserves to 58,082. It likely wouldn't be enough for the Ant King's enhancement, but it was more than sufficient for upgrading the Shadow Demon Wolf King. I immediately poured the energy in, unleashing a wave of dark energy into the Wolf King's body. The Shadow Demon Wolf King threw its head back and let out an earth-shaking howl. Its body swelled dramatically. It now stood 7 meters tall, with a total length nearing 15 meters, including its tail. Its fur grew denser, its saber teeth elongated, and a vortex-like pattern emerged on its forehead. The oppressive aura it now exuded was a league above what it once had, like an entirely new beast. Keeping it around had truly paid off. It looked insanely cool. I quickly checked its stats. Shadow Saber-Toothed Demon Wolf King, +1. Level 9. Strength, 1213. Constitution, 1312. Agility, 2132. Intelligence, 840. Skills, Claw Strike. Gale, speed +30%. Phantom Image, dash behind enemy, and create a decoy at its original position. Overall battle power, 57,000. But the more I looked, the more I felt something was off. After this upgrade, its stats were nearly identical to those of the green-faced dragon bat. Even its size had increased. However, when the Shadow Spider Queen evolved, it shrank and gained elemental attacks. And the giant rock tortoise didn't have any elemental capabilities either. Could evolution with shadow crystals be the only way to unlock elemental traits? But that didn't entirely make sense. The Wolf King wasn't even at the bronze tier yet, and the Shadow Ant King had also evolved once, yet it didn't gain elemental traits either. Was it because their levels were too low? Bloodline limitations? The more I thought about it, the more muddled I felt. But I was sure of one thing. Hitting level 10 would change everything. An SSS class profession simply couldn't be this restricted. I decided to shelve the issue for now. I'd see for myself when I obtained more shadow crystals or hit level 10. Suddenly, I thought about the trading potential. If 1 drop of life water could fetch the equivalent of 1,000 shadow energy points worth of corpses, then the Shadow Ant King's 100,000 energy enhancement cost would only require 100 drops. And producing 100 drops of life water? That would only take an hour. The Shadow Ant King was staring at me with expectant eyes. I sighed and started my gig as a servant for my followers. An hour later, I tossed 100 drops of life water onto the trading channel, pricing them at 1,000 shadow energy points worth of corpses per drop. While waiting, I casually opened the chat area. Anyone tried Lin Feng's life water yet? Can we get a review? I've got 200 constitution. Used it, and my recovery basically quintupled. That's insane. I'm buying 2 drops right now. Girls, it really works for beauty. My skin feels smoother already. Say no more. Take my money. The 100 drops sold out instantly. I was at a loss. Of all things to become in another world, I ended up as a lady's best friend. I collected the traded corpses, disassembled them, and gathered the 100,000 shadow energy points needed. I immediately put the energy into strengthening the Shadow Ant King. Its body also ballooned in size. Shadow Jungle Ant King, +1. Level 2. Strength, 1656. Constitution, 1960. Agility, 1180. INT. Strength, 860. Skills, Bite. Scythe Claws. Overall combat power, 62,000. Still no additional attributes. I frowned. Probably because the base of the jungle giant ants was too poor. The effect of the shadow crystal seemed more like it was purifying bloodlines. No wonder it varied so much. Oddly enough, this just made me look forward to the next shadow crystal even more. I glanced at the majestic Shadow Demon Wolf King beneath me and climbed right on. It was way too badass not to ride. Doing otherwise would feel like an insult to myself. With a wave of my hand, I stowed all my other minions away, especially the Shadow Rock Turtle. The ground almost sagged with relief as its massive bulk was removed. Hiya. The Wolf King sprang forward, its speed ripping through the jungle like a razor. The wind lashed my face like knives, but with nearly 8,000 physique, it felt like nothing more than a refreshing breeze. It weaved elegantly around trees and leapt over rocks, running faster, wilder, freer. Strangely, we didn't encounter a single wild creature along the way. Not until a lake came into view up ahead. "Whoa, stop!" I quickly called out, making the Wolf King halt right at the edge of the jungle. From there, I peered toward the lake. The shoreline was piled high with white bones. They looked like they'd been corroding for months, broken, blackened, and not even worth decomposing anymore. I shifted my gaze to the lake's surface. Hovering above the calm water was a blood-red swarm of strange creatures. The blood-red cloud of insects looked like a curtain that completely cloaked the lake, obscuring the center from view. I squinted to make out their forms. They resembled jungle giant mosquitoes, but their auras were far stronger. Individually, they were close to level 5 strength. But the most chilling part wasn't their power, it was their sheer numbers. Hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions, packed together with such density that the atmosphere itself felt heavy with their presence. To me, these weren't just blood mosquitoes. They were a moving wall of levels, a storm of shadow energy. But as tempting as they seemed, I knew better than to let greed get the best of me. Not far from the lake, a massive yak stepped into view. Its horns reached skyward, though one was snapped mid-length. Its heavy breaths puffed white vapor into the air with enough force to create mini whirlwinds. Clearly a bronze-tier beast, the yak paced around the lake for a long while before retreating about 100 meters. Then, suddenly, it spun back toward the lake, lowered its head, and charged at it full speed. The whirlwind atop its head focused into a drilling point aimed directly at the red swarm. Just as the yak reached the lake's edge, the blood curtain erupted. The blood mosquitoes swarmed as though drawn by fresh meat, converging on the yak in an instant. Its whirlwind tore through swathes of them, reducing them to a bloody mist, but the remainder only grew wilder. Within seconds, the yak was completely enveloped by the swarm. I watched the red cloud convulse violently as a soul-piercing moo echoed out for hundreds of meters, making my ears ache. The cry ended abruptly. The red curtain slowly retreated back to its place above the lake. When I managed to look again, the yak was gone. All that remained was a skeleton riddled with holes, bones as pocked as Swiss cheese. The broken horn still lay on the ground, proof that this wasn't just an illusion. It finally dawned on me that the shore's circle of bones had all met the same fate. Even a bronze-tier yak was reduced to nothing in mere moments without leaving a scratch on the swarm. Any thought I'd had about venturing near the lake immediately evaporated. No amount of shadow energy was worth dying for. Turning to leave, I suddenly halted again. Something else had appeared at the edge of the lake. A massive toad hopped into view, its body covered in countless holes. Emerging from those tunnels were squirming mouths, worm-like appendages that moved as though tasting the air. It looked like a monster with eyes growing out all over its body. The thing made my skin crawl just looking at it. Without hesitation, the toad leapt toward the lake. Mid-air, it spat out a massive orb of dark green mucus to encase itself completely. Once again, the red curtain surged toward its new prey. But the moment the blood mosquitoes made contact with the green bubble, a hissing noise rose as they rapidly dissolved in droves, raining blood down from overhead. The mucus sphere didn't last, finally shattering under the onslaught. But before it could fully break, the toad spat out another bubble to replace it. Encased like this, the toad forced its way through the swarm and plummeted into the lake with a splash. It made it. I was more tense than the toad itself, just watching. But the next moment, the water erupted around it. A cacophony of croak, croak, croak echoed as the toad screamed beneath the surface. What I saw next turned my breath cold. Dozens of tails lashed violently, and flashes of pale underbellies churned the water. It was a school of crocodile-like beasts, tearing into the toad for all it was worth. Strangely, the blood mosquito swarm above pulled back, seemingly unwilling to approach the crocodiles, instead hovering high above in circles. Moments later, the lake grew still once more. That's when I realized something chilling. There wasn't just danger above the lake with the blood swarm. The water itself was another trap, its depths harboring another nightmare. Death, waiting on all sides. I'd planned to retreat completely, but my legs froze in place. My eyes stayed pinned on that eerily calm lake, and more importantly, what lay beyond. When the toad had thrashed in the water earlier, the red curtain above thinned just enough for me to glimpse something unusual. An island sat in the lake's center. The island's surface bristled with a crisscrossing network of white roots, all converging toward a single, snow-white, grotesque tree. 3 jet-black fruits hung from its boughs, exuding a sinister aura. The scene was desolate, yet hauntingly surreal. The moment I laid eyes on those fruits, something inside me ignited. My blood roared, a raw hunger blazing through every vein. I knew, almost instinctively, that those 3 fruits were critical to me. But there was a problem. How could I reach the island, retrieve the fruit, and avoid becoming mosquito chow? I focused back on the lake, my gaze sharpened. The blazing noon sun bore down overhead as crocodiles began crawling onto shore to bask. Interestingly, the blood swarm gave them wide berth, making no move to approach. That's when it clicked. The blood mosquitoes weren't afraid of the lake water. They actively touched it and may have been laying eggs there. But they were terrified of the crocodiles. My path had suddenly become clear. If I could get my hands on a crocodile corpse as a deterrent, the blood mosquitoes wouldn't come near me. That just left one problem. How would I stop the crocodiles from tearing me apart first? All right, here's the content translated into natural American English while staying true to the original tone and context. I summoned the Shadow Ant King and commanded it to dig a hole. While the crocodiles lazily basked in the sun, the ground beneath the nearest one suddenly collapsed. A pair of massive mandibles shot out, clamping its front legs tightly and dragging it into the pit. The other crocodiles showed no reaction, cold-blooded as if they were just watching a show. I slipped into the hole where the Shadow Ant King held the thrashing crocodile down. Its tail whipped wildly as it struggled, but I swung my golden-edged axe and gutted it cleanly. Congratulations on killing a short-snout demon crocodile. Energy gained, 256. Current level, 7,26280/80,000. Even a level 9 beast is as fragile as paper in front of me. I hollowed out its insides and climbed into the crocodile's corpse. Then, I ordered the Shadow Ant King to break through the soil wall leading to the lake. As soon as a crack appeared, water surged into the tunnel with full force. Taking a deep breath, I dismissed my Shadow Ant King and maneuvered the crocodile carcass underwater. No need to deal with the blood mosquito swarms above. Underwater, as long as I avoid other crocodiles, I'll be fine. Dragging the multi-ton carcass, I swam toward the center of the lake. Remarkably, none of the demon crocodiles I passed paid me any attention. The island loomed closer, only about 30 meters away now. I carefully surfaced, but immediately collided with an even larger shadow. The short-snout demon crocodile king was blocking my path, staring down this small crocodile, as if provoked. Its jaws snapped toward me, and the chaos erupted. Exposure now would definitely bring a swarm of crocodiles onto me. With no choice left, I went for it, summoning the Shadow Rock Turtle. The moment the turtle materialized, it was attacked from all sides, crocodiles frantically tearing at it. Even the part of its shell that broke the water's surface attracted blood mosquitoes to bite at it. Hurt, the Shadow Rock Turtle retreated into its shell. I dismounted from the crocodile carcass and clung tightly to the turtle's tail. In the next instant, the turtle surged with power, its tail whipping up out of the water with a piercing crack. The demon crocodile king lashed its tail and flung me straight toward the island at the lake's heart. I shot through a swarm of blood mosquitoes at breakneck speed, leaving behind a literal blood mist in my wake. When I landed and looked down, I realized half of the earth dragon armor I'd been wearing had been shredded to pieces. My skin was covered in countless tiny wounds. Luckily, my body was tough enough, and the injuries healed in mere moments. Setting foot on the island, a chilling aura hit me head-on. Behind me, the crocodile king roared, but not a single blood mosquito dared come closer. A bad feeling welled up in my gut. Something on this island scared even them. Scanning the island. It wasn't very big, only about 10 meters across. I saw just one strange, 4-meter-tall white tree. The longer I stared at the tree, the more off it seemed. Its shadow started to blur. The next moment, my vision blacked out as I felt myself being dragged down into subconscious depths. A hand patted my shoulder. Fell asleep, huh? My childhood friend, Gowan, stood next to me. I was disoriented. I think I had a dream, but I can't remember it. Smiling, Gowan said the relocation compensation had been dispersed, and we should celebrate that night. Amid the neon lights and vibrant crowd, I saw a familiar face and went over. My name's Lin Feng. Wu Shuang. She smiled. That's such a cliché opening. The scene shifted. It was our wedding. The room buzzed with excited chatter, wishing the newlyweds. Then a flash. I was old and bedridden, holding Wu Shuang's hand. Quietly, I said, to marry you in this lifetime was enough. As soon as the words left my mouth, I jolted awake. Wait, why did I say this lifetime? Wasn't I someone who'd crossed dimensions? With a deafening noise, the illusion shattered, and the white tree reappeared before me. Asterisk, congratulations. The fighters will has been upgraded from primary to intermediate. Asterisk, asterisk, intermediate fighters will, immune to most illusions, ignore pain during combat, and maintain absolute composure. Asterisk, soaked in cold sweat, I gasped for air. That brief moment when I closed my eyes, if I'd truly believed I was dead, I would have died right there in that illusion. Without further hesitation, I summoned the Shadow Demon Wolf King, now determined to act decisively. The Wolf King became a blur, snatching 3 black fruits from the tree and bringing them to me. The white tree seemed to let out a silent roar, disturbing the lake's surface, but it couldn't do anything to stop me. I glanced beneath the lake's surface, where the enormous pillar stretching to the bottom truly lay. It wasn't a pillar, it was the white tree's root, extending out for a massive, unimaginable size. This thing couldn't be killed, not a chance. I'd gotten the black fruits. Time to retreat. Meanwhile, in the lake, the shadow rock turtle was barely holding on. Its shell was sinking, being dragged downward by blood mosquitoes and demon crocodiles attacking it in tandem. That's when I realized what felt like an entire lifetime in the illusion had only been mere seconds outside. I urgently called back the rock turtle. Too dangerous to ride it now. I had it open its mouth and let me hide inside. With me safely in its mouth, the turtle barreled toward the tunnel where we came from, but the relentless assault broke its concentration, scattering it mid-charge. I tumbled out and started running for dear life. Only after escaping through the original tunnel entrance could I breathe a sigh of relief. But an unsettling thought lingered. Why was Wu Shuang the one in the illusion? The easiest way I could explain it. She's the only person I've met in this world. As for why Gowan appeared, I chose not to think too hard about it. I summoned the Shadow Demon Wolf King and climbed onto its back, ready to leave. But just as we were about to move, a thought flashed in my mind. Was it really over, just like this? No way. My frustration hadn't cooled yet. I gathered my magic, materializing a massive, fiery cross slash in front of me. Pouring half of my mana into it, the cross slash expanded dozens of times over, crashing violently into the blood mosquito swarm. Asterisk, congratulations on killing level 5 bloodthirsty demon mosquito. Reward asterisk. Gained 16 energy points. The notification surged across the screen in an instant. Flames streaked through the air as blood rain poured from the sky. Bloodthirsty demonic mosquitoes fell lifelessly. However, the remaining mosquitoes didn't retreat. Instead, they charged at me even more ferociously. My heart sank. I turned my Shadow Demon Wolf King around and galloped away, escaping that creepy little lake. Only after I got away did I check my spoils. Congratulations, you have obtained Bloodline Fruit X3. Bloodline Fruit. Enhances bloodlines. Enhances bloodlines. I didn't think too much about it, just ate it right away. As soon as it hit my tongue, an iron-like, bloody taste overwhelmed me. Oddly enough, for the first time, this flavor smelled insanely sweet to me. 1 fruit down, my whole body felt at ease. 2 fruits down, my bones and tendons felt as if they'd been cleansed. 3 fruits down, my blood boiled instantly. A sudden searing pain exploded through me. I dropped to my knees, overwhelmed by the agony. Without hesitation, I summoned all my minions to protect me, while I felt as if I was being boiled alive. I had no idea how much time passed, but it felt like a shackle inside me was forcibly broken. I tried to stand, but my shadow acted first, morphing into a form that supported me to my feet. I froze in surprise. Then, As I focused on the sensation, my shadow reached out, transforming into a massive hand and uprooting the nearby giant tree. I could control my shadow at will. Excited, I immediately checked my stats. That surge just boosted me to level 9, barely shy of reaching level 10. I quickly allocated the 80 stat points I'd just earned. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 9, 121, 304/200,000. Class, SSS Tier Shadow Monarch. Minions, Shadow Forest Ant King +1, Shadow Bloodthirsty Spider Queen, Shadow Saber-Toothed Demon Wolf King +1, Shadow Giant Rock Turtle. Skills, Shadow Flaming Cross Slash, Frenzied Heavy Strike, Intermediate Battle Will. Total Combat Power, 368,000. A combat power of 368,000. Respectable, though still nothing extraordinary. But I was more intrigued by the new skill, Shadow. Shadow, Mastery over the power of shadows. I frowned. What a vague description, hardly helpful. For now, I assumed it had something to do with the changes brought on by the bloodline fruit. I sent my Shadow Ant King to search for food while I continued experimenting with shadow manipulation. Just then, a system announcement echoed after a long silence. Only this time, it wasn't a regional announcement. System announcement. A contestant has reached level 9. Faction system has been unlocked. System announcement. All contestants have been added to faction chat channels. System announcement. Current faction, human race, Flame Dragon. System announcement. Faction leaderboard now active. System announcement. Rewards for faction rank will be distributed at the end of the 5th day. System announcement. First place will receive an SSS tier treasure chest. System announcement. Second place will receive an S tier treasure chest. System announcement. Third place will receive an A tier treasure chest. System announcement. 4th through 10th place will receive a B tier treasure chest. System announcement. Faction reputation ranking is now active. System announcement. Defeating bronze tier or higher beasts will earn reputation points. I ate while processing the updates, a sudden thought crossing my mind. The one who reached level 9, it's probably me. A leaderboard and treasure chest rewards clearly meant they wanted to push us into an all-out competition for first place. I opened the faction leaderboard. First, Lin Feng, level 9. Second, Feng Xiao, level 8. Third, Lu Guan, level 8. Fourth, Wang Qian, level 8. Fifth, Xiang Jin, level 8. Sixth, Li Lin, level 8. Seventh, He Feng, level 8. Eighth, Li Ling, level 8. Ninth, Lin Meng, level 8. 10th, Su Qiong, level 8. I scanned the ranking. Aside from myself, everyone else in the top 100 was level 8. I flipped over to the faction leaderboard and casually checked the chat. Feng Xiao here. A pleasure to meet everyone. Wow, Lin Feng is already level 9 with 200 reputation. Big boss vibes. Insane. What is a bronze tier beast anyway? Probably level 10 and higher. Makes sense. The chat was pretty polite. But what interested me more was the reputation leaderboard, where my name stood alone with 200 reputation points. It didn't take long for me to figure it out. One bronze tier beast grants 100 reputation points. I'd only taken down the green-faced dragon bat and the giant rock turtle, exactly 2 beasts. As for what the faction mode was really aiming for, I couldn't quite figure it out yet and didn't bother dwelling on it. After finishing my food, I decided to get moving. Night had fallen, and I still hadn't attempted today's dungeon. I opened the dungeon menu without even glancing at the description and just selected Nightmare difficulty. My main thought was whether I could clear it faster this time. But as soon as I landed, I frowned. The environment felt off. I was at the bottom of a massive canyon. Before I could react, the canyon walls started rumbling, and loose rocks began crashing down. I instinctively looked up. Countless bloodthirsty spider matriarchs were emerging from the cliff walls above me. A level 7 spider matriarch posed no real threat to me, but their sheer numbers could complicate things. In a low, cold voice, I commanded, *rise my minions. Suddenly, shadows stretched out, and 3 shadowy forms materialized. The Shadow Forest Ant King, the Shadow Spider Queen, the Shadow Saber-Toothed Demon Wolf King. I didn't summon the Shadow Giant Rock Turtle. It was simply too massive to fit in the canyon bottom. As the spider matriarch swarm poured down towards me, I kill. With just one word, my 3 servants sprang into action. The Shadow Ant King swung its scythes, shattering a brood mother with a single strike, carving out a bloody path by brute force. The Shadow Spider Queen shrank in size, but her ferocity increased. Her 6 venomous spears pierced one target in 2 swift strikes before moving to the next, leaving victims convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. The Shadow Demon Wolf King moved with unmatched speed, a blur of motion slicing past the brood mothers, its afterimage leaving one spider mother shattered into pieces. I wasn't idle either. With a raise of my hand, the shadow power around me coalesced into 2 colossal hands, grabbing a struggling brood mother and holding it in an unyielding grip. It thrashed violently, but to no avail. With a forceful squeeze, I crushed it into a messy splatter of blood and gore. Forming a shadow spear, I hurled it toward the rocky wall, impaling another brood mother. The spear pinned it to the cliff, its corrosive energy sizzling as it eroded the rock. The brood mother writhed in agony, but it couldn't free itself. I smiled in satisfaction as notification messages spammed the interface. Congratulations! You have killed a bloodthirsty brood mother. 64 energy points acquired. Congratulations! You have killed a bloodthirsty brood mother. 64 energy points acquired. Congratulations! You have killed a bloodthirsty brood mother. 64 energy points acquired. At this rate, I thought, I can kill until sunrise if I have to. With no new tricks to try with my shadow powers for the time being, I stopped actively fighting and kicked back to watch the carnage unfold, casually pulling out some leftover wild berries to nibble on. Something soon felt off. After killing the 100th brood mother, I realized I wasn't gaining energy from the ones that followed. My chest tightened for a moment. I almost thought I'd fallen into another illusion. But no, the monsters still yielded decomposable shadow energy. Only the direct kill rewards had suddenly stopped. It was odd, but I didn't stop the slaughter. My servants were tireless, and minor injuries healed instantly. This wasn't like dealing with endless hordes of swarming blood mosquitoes. The brood mothers were massive, and at most 2 or 3 could surround one servant at a time. With their power levels now far exceeding 50,000, this was child's play. The more we killed, the more brood mothers seemed to pour into the canyon. There was no end in sight. I took my time eating, smirking to myself, and muttered, "Let's see how many more you'll throw at me. Bring them on. I'll crush every single one." The canyon filled with mountains of corpses as I decomposed and scavenged shadow energy points from the remains. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have room to stand. My 3 shadow servants continued cutting through the swarm, their kill counts reaching into the thousands. Yet the brood mothers kept spilling into the canyon from above. To me, these weren't monsters. They were gifts of energy handed to me on a silver platter. I welcomed the endless waves with open arms. While I was busy harvesting, the game system broadcast lit up with alerts. Zone 38913-4 has been challenged with a regional battlefield token. Victory condition. Top players in Wrath of the Brood leaderboard determine the results. Total reward: 120 randomized attribute points to the victor. Loser forfeits 120 points and 50% of resources. Chaos erupted in our regional chat. Angry complaints flooded the channel. Some cursed whoever provoked the challenge. Some fretted over losing their new gains, while others simply gave up, convinced of our doom. The leaderboard comparisons spelled bad news. On the enemy's side, players had already cleared Wrath of the Brood at Nightmare difficulty, with one boasting 320 kills. Our best-ranked player hadn't even attempted higher than normal mode. Many just saw this as a foregone conclusion. We were done for. The enemy's regional chat, of course, was filled with mocking arrogance. They sneered about how easily they'd snatched the 120 points, while players gloated their dominance, flexing past results from prior challenges where they decimated their opposition. Speculation turned to me. I hadn't entered the leaderboard yet, and my choice of difficulty would determine the survival of our entire region. Only my results could make or break our collective fortunes. Across neutral zones and other factions, players debated. Could anyone beat a 320 kill record? Some doubted it, while others declared that if anyone could, it was me. But I had no idea any of this was happening. In fact, I didn't even know the nightmare mode of Wrath of the Brood only required killing the first 100. Anything beyond that wasn't rewarded. Even if I knew, it wouldn't have stopped me. Abandoning a steady stream of free shadow energy would have been the real crime. So, I kept carving my way through the canyon, turning the brood mothers into energy points while my shadow servants gleefully rampaged. Slice after slice, ambush after ambush. It was grindy, gory, and oddly therapeutic. Steadily the kill count climbed, with shadow energy notifications stacking so fast my hands started to cramp. Over time, I realized something interesting. My unleashed shadow energy didn't just slay the brood mothers. It was passively decomposing their corpses into shadow energy too. That saved me a lot of running back and forth. By maintaining a certain distance, I could simply let the dispersed shadows absorb the remains, no effort needed. I tested my range carefully. The shadows wouldn't spread beyond about 100 meters. Still, it was enough given the sheer density of foes. Spiders kept pouring in from above, their massive remains piling high, painting the canyon in dark, gory streaks of desolation. Congratulations. You have gained 64 shadow energy points. Congratulations. You have gained 64 shadow energy points. Congratulations. You have gained 64 shadow energy points. When my kill count hit 3,000, I got impatient and decided to change tactics. Leaving the base of the canyon, I began climbing up toward the source of the onslaught. Above, I summoned my shadow rock turtle. Its massive tail swept across the cliffside, smashing brood mothers like bugs beneath a hammer. Swiped my weapon, clearing a massive wave of bloodthirsty spider queens in an instant. Logically, staying hidden below would be safer. But I had no need to hide. I stood atop the shadow rock turtle's head, gazing outward. Beyond the gorge, a dense mist loomed, while the bloodthirsty spider queens continuously surged out of it. I uttered only one word: kill. The bodies piled up higher and higher, so fast I couldn't even salvage them. I just kept cutting them down ferociously. Soon, I was over 5,000 kills in. The more I fought, the more exhilarated I felt. It was as if the dungeon intentionally kept fueling the slaughter, spawning wave after wave of enemies. Finally, I condensed shadow power into shadow arrows. With a mere wave of my hand, a volley of shadow arrows burst forth. Each arrow left a spider queen maimed, swiftly followed up by the shadow demon wolf king lunging in for the kill. The demon wolf king was absurdly fast, so quick that the spider queens didn't even have time to react before being ripped to shreds. Over 6,000 kills, then 7,000, then 8,000, over 9,000 kills now. But something felt off. The spider queens were pouring in at a noticeably slower pace. My stomach tightened. I immediately commanded my minions to pace their slaughter, turning my focus to frantically breaking down the corpses to extract shadow energy. If the dungeon cleared out and forcefully ejected me, all this effort would have been wasted. While breaking down remains, I cursed under my breath in irritation. They barely give any energy for leveling up. If they skimp on shadow energy too, I'll snap. In mere moments, I gained over 1,000 points of shadow energy. I couldn't afford to stop. I kept breaking down and collecting. I fought relentlessly through the night. Meanwhile, the chat was in chaos. What now? I haven't even cleared my instance yet. Guess it's time to say goodbye. Trust in Lin Feng. He's never let anyone down. If I knew, I'd have picked Nightmare difficulty too. Killing a few hundred more would have been no problem. Please, stop bragging. Most people wouldn't last a minute against Lin Feng. Dude hit 20k battle power yesterday, 30k today, maybe even 40k. Completely insane. 40k? I'm barely over 10k. You're proud of just 10k? That's nothing. Come on, carry me. Why don't you fight me one-on-one instead of flexing your dungeon stats? Yeah, let's see some real skill in hand-to-hand. The guy rocking F tier, he's still alive, right? Of course. My man's a legend. If we win this, I swear I'll gift Lin Feng my battlefield token. Be careful with that token. It's powerful, but also a double-edged sword. Time's almost up. What do we do? Then, a system notification dropped like a bomb. System notice. Instance mode has ended. Data is now being calculated. System notice. Due to the large dataset, rewards are being distributed. System notice. Region 800820 has achieved victory. Rewards have been issued. System notice. All participants from Region 800820 have received 120 random data points. System notice. Resource gains for Region 800820 increased by 50%, and treasure chest spawns increased by 50%. System notice. Region 389134 has been defeated. Penalties have been issued. System notice. All participants from Region 389134 have lost 120 random data points. System notice. Resource gains for Region 389134 decreased by 50%, and treasure chest spawns decreased by 50%. System notice. Battlefield mode has ended. Chat channel has been separated. The chat fell into stunned silence. Wait, we won. The results weren't even shown, and we won. So this is what it feels like to freeload victory. Next time, let's properly cheer for Linfeng. This free 120 points makes me feel like a leech. You guys are too much, lol. Aren't you curious? Most people struggle to kill a few hundred. He solo cleared it. 9,999 kills. His weapon's gotta be dull as hell by now. I'm officially a lifetime fan. Just to clarify, it's not that he couldn't kill more than 9,999. The dungeon had a hard limit of 9,999 spawns. 9,999 kills in a single swing. If you're a brother, step up to the plate. Stick with me if you want to thrive. 2 days of grinding, 180 points already, and resources doubled. I broke every last corpse down into shadow energy, and the next instant, the system booted me out of the dungeon. Congratulations on clearing the Wrath of the Spider Swarm Nightmare level instance. This run achieved the 9,999 kill cap. Loot chest upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining an SS tier loot chest X1. As the sun rose, I lay down, utterly spent. The Shadow Rock turtle shielded me from the blinding daylight as I finally crashed. Even with supreme stamina, sleep was mandatory.